Good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed judges, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our virtual team presentations of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. My name is Felicia and I will be your MC for today. The ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program is a leadership development program that aims to create a community of young leaders in the ASEAN region that works on environment and climate change issues. These initiatives allow ASEAN youths to develop the crucial skills of cross-boundary partnership building and collaborations to create innovative solutions to environment and climate-related problems in the ASEAN regions. Over the past 5 months, all teams today have been equipped with virtual workshop and mentorship journeys to generate game-changer ideas to tackle climate change and environment issue for ASEAN's future. The 13 teams you see today were selected from over 2,000 applicants from 10 ASEAN member states. And after months of intense preparations and selections, this team will present their projects today. The ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program is run by the ASEAN Foundation and SAP in collaboration with GIZ and Common Purpose, with tremendous support from our partner institutions and non-government organizations across all 10 ASEAN member states. Before we start the program, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed panel of judges who have taken the time to join us here this morning. First, we have Mrs. Rozia Haji Anan, the Acting Head of Environmental Planning and Management Division, Department of Environment, Parks and Recreation, Ministry of Development, Brunei. Good morning, Ms. Rozia.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here.
Second, we have Dr. Yang Mi Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see everyone. All the best.
Very good morning to you, Dr. Yang. And third, we have Ms. Lorraine Longato, Regional Innovations Experience Leader, Digital Transformation Organization, SAP Asia Pacific Japan.
How are you doing, everyone? I'm just I had to reboot my computer, so hopefully everything will look good in a second.
A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Lorraine. And fourth, we have Ms. Swati Mator, the Managing Director, Asia Pacific of Common Purpose.
Hi everyone, a very good morning and really excited to see all the presentations today. Finally, the entire hard work of the last 5 months coming to a culmination. Very, very excited and all the best.
Great honor to have you with us today, Ms. Mator. And next, we have Mr. Piyush Dawan, Principal Advisor and Project Head at GIZ. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Piyush. And thank you for all judges for being with us here today. Before we begin, I would like to invite everyone to kindly join us as we sing the ASEAN Anthem. Thank you, everyone. Now, we would like for everyone to flash a big smile as we commemorate the start of team presentations of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program with a group photo. To all judges, guests, participants, and organizers, please activate your camera for this photo taking. On the count of 3, please show us your big smile. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, and smile. Okay, one more time, and 1, 2, and 3, and smile. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. To kick off the presentations, I would now like to invite His Excellency Eka Pap Pantafong, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, to give the opening remarks.
Mr. Veronasio, President and Managing Director, Southeast Asia at SAP, Dr. Yang Mi-eun, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, distinguished guests from the ASEAN member states and partners, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the ASEAN Secretariat. I am pleased to join distinguished delegates and the inspiring the young leaders today at the final presentation of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. I would like to extend my appreciation to the ASEAN Foundation and its partners, SAP, GIZ, and the Common Purpose, for the initiating the program and hosting these important events. The youth population accounts for 34% of the ASEAN's 654 million total population. Youth, therefore, is a vital asset in our ASEAN community building process. ASEAN has been in the forefront of promoting youth engagements and contribution, including youth climate actions at both regional and local levels. To recognize their role, we commemorate the ASEAN Youth in the Climate Action and Disaster Resilience Day on the 25th of November every year. Last year, ASEAN hosted a webinar themed Teaming Up with Youth for the Disaster Resilient and Climate-Friendly ASEAN to encourage collaborations among the ASEAN youth in the climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. With that in mind, I wish to commend the initiative to further expand the youth engagement in the region through this ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. I wish to especially congratulate the current and future leaders for their commitment in taking the steps to safeguard our environment and conserve our natural resources. We are very proud of all of you for the outstanding work you have done through your projects. I look forward to learning more about your game-changing ideas and the innovative solutions to respond to the big question under this program. How might we increase civic engagement for better environmental sustainability? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we honor the youth for their remarkable efforts, I would like to remind all of us that it is important that we ensure that the ideas and aspirations do not end here. They shall be treasured as assets and the important key points for each of us to do more for the environment beyond this program. Hence, I encourage you to deepen your knowledge, further expand the networks, and adapt to digital technologies, transforming your ideas into the shared solutions and the collective action. ASEAN fully recognizes the important roles of the youth in the future of ASEAN and offers the number of opportunities and the platforms for engaging the youth as entry points or the stepping stones to address the environmental issues in the region. Those opportunities include, among others, ASEAN the Eco Schools program, ASEAN Youth Biodiversity the program, ASEAN Prosperity Youth Environment Forum, ASEAN Youth Eco Champions Award, and the ASEAN Youth on Climate Action Dialogue. I wish to conclude by congratulating the inspiring the young leaders. I trust that you will become the important propellers in the advancing the people-centered environmental actions in the region for cleaner and greener the future. I wish the event a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. Now, let's welcome the Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Yang Mi-ang, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you, Felicia. Your Excellency, Ekapak Pantavong, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, Mrs. Rodzia Haji Anan, the Acting Head of Environmental Planning and Management Division, Department of Environment, Parks and Recreation, Ministry of Development, Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Verina Siao, President and Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, Ms. Swati Mathur, Managing Director of Common Purpose Asia Pacific, Ms. Lorraine Langato, Regional Innovation Experience Leader, Digital Transformation Organization from SAP Asia Pacific Japan, and Ms. Piyush Dhawan, the Principal Advisor of GIZ, Young Changemakers and Mentors, distinguished guests. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to be here to deliver a few words at the final presentation of ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. After a 5-month-long journey, I'm happy to see that the pandemic did not stop all of us to keep creating and innovating. I would like to especially convey my sincere congratulations to the 13 teams and the mentors who have immersed themselves in the program from the very start. Your commitment and dedication throughout the journey of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program has been very inspiring. We started the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program as a platform to galvanize stronger youth involvement in climate action. As future leaders of the region, youth is very well placed to contribute their ideas and effort to advance the ongoing climate action in the region for years to come. We designed the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program so that it has not only have training element, but also enables youth to come out with impact climate actions projects by collaborating with each other. So this approach was proven to be effective as we received more than 2,100 applications during the call for application period. So it is my belief that I'm echoing to the feeling of other judges when I say that we cannot wait to see all the wonderful climate action project ideas that you will be presenting soon. So especially how you align with the goals and priorities of ASEAN environment sectors, as well as the objective of ASEAN Working Group in Environment Education. Today's final presentation will also show that when given a proper platform, youth can create something that can bring meaningful impact to the community. So I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Common Purpose, SAP, and GIZ for making this program a reality. Your support speaks about your commitment and dedication to contribute to the creation of ASEAN community that is sustainable, prosperous, and resilient. Furthermore, I would also like to thank all 27 mentors who have taken the time out of your busy schedule to mentor our young participants, providing them with abundance of technical knowledge, seeds of ideas, and fresh perspectives in the last 4 months so that they can create their own climate action projects. Finally, I would like to wish all the best for the 13 teams for your presentation today. Whatever the results, you are already a winner in our eyes. So it is my sincere hope that our ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program journey, which will start with which already started with 4 days virtual workshops back in January, will strengthen you with the necessary skills, knowledge, and mindset to continue empowering your community and driving the much needed change after the program finished. So I wish you all the best, and I see you again after this.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. It's always great seeing you. And last but not least, please join me in welcoming Ms. Frena Xiao, the President and Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, to share with us her sentiments.
Your Excellency Ekapap Phantayong, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Your Excellency Dr. Yang Ming Ang, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Your Excellencies, colleagues from ASEAN Foundation, GIZ and Common Purpose, SAP colleagues, esteemed judges, ASEAN young leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for inviting me today. On behalf of SAP, it is my privilege and great pleasure to welcome all of you to the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. Huge thanks to the ASEAN Foundation, our trusted partners since 2017, as well as GIZ and Common Purpose, for your collaboration on this very important program. Most of all, thank you to all of you, all the participants, for engaging in this program and taking the opportunity to create the change that you want to see in the world. As we all know, climate change is the most impactful factor that affects every aspect of our lives today. Take, for example, the scorching hot weather that we have experienced recently. In Singapore, we recently hit an all-time high temperature of 36.7 degrees Celsius in May, when generally it should be around 31 degrees Celsius. As coastal cities, we have also been facing more flooding in ASEAN than usual. This is a sign that we need to take very seriously, that global warming is impacting us, caused by the emission of greenhouse gases. With the rapid economic growth and development, the ASEAN countries are a huge contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions. According to the ASEAN Center for Energy, our region's energy-related greenhouse gas emissions will increase significantly between now to 2040. As a result, we will be facing even hotter summers and even hotter weather if we do not take immediate action to mitigate the effect of global warming. Climate change also impacts the one resource which is essential for all of us, especially in hot weather, and that is water. Fresh water availability in Asia, particularly in large river basins, is projected to decrease due to climate change. Along with population growth and increasing demand arising for higher standards of living, this could adversely impact more than 1 billion people by 2050. To create a better place for people in the world and for us here in the ASEAN region, we need to work together to resolve climate change and related environmental challenges. And we have a huge opportunity to do so. We can do that by being sustainable in all aspects of our life, from how we run organizations to the day-to-day practice of being conscious of how we consume. Sustainability in a broad scope is the ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet our needs to come. With regard to the environment, sustainability is to avoid the depletion of resources and the damage of ecological balance. With good sustainable practices, we can conserve nature and maintain a good quality of life for all of us. That is why sustainability is imperative to leaders in the 21st century. And that is why we came up with the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program provide a platform for our youth, for our next generation of leaders, for all of us here, to an opportunity to innovate and make a difference today. At SAP, our purpose is to help the world run better and improve people's lives with sustainability at core. We aim to create a positive economic and social impact worldwide. And if we were to create a sustainable future, we must impact massive change. And this is why we launched our Chasing Zero initiative to make living in a world of zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality a reality. Today, SAP supports businesses and organizations across the globe through technology and innovation. And we help embed sustainability in the core of our customers' business operations and processes. However, if our efforts alone are not enough, the environmental and climate issue is a challenge that affects all of us and requires collective action to resolve together. The future belongs to the young, and we need more change makers and leaders like you to step in and build a sustainable world for current and future generations. We are excited to have so many future ASEAN climate leaders here to showcase your passion and innovation. Thank you everyone for leading in and making a difference in the world. I'm excited to hear more about your proposals, and I strongly encourage you to bring them to life to make a sustainable impact on the environment. For the outstanding teams, you stand a chance to receive seed funds to help you implement the solutions and see the effect of your actions. For everyone, have fun and enjoy, because you are all winners for taking a step towards our greener and brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for the remarks. Now, I would like to remind our finalists and judges of the format of the competitions. Each team will have 5 minutes of presentation time, followed by 5 minutes of question and answer. The time will be shown on the screen for your reference. At the 5-minute marks, teams will be requested to end their presentations to give the judges time for questions. Please keep yourself on mute if you are not presenting, and be present for the entire session. And let's begin with the first presentation by Team CL1, ASEAN Voices Climate Change AVCC. The floor is yours.
So, good morning. So, if you want to see my slide, I would like to check first. So, everyone see the slide? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, on behalf of the project leader, I would like to welcome all of you, all the participants, and welcome to the ASEAN Climate Change final presentation. The first time we will get out to the outline that we have the four outline. The first one is the problem and opportunity. The second one we will report the quarter one and quarter two. The next is the M&E project, and the last one is the future plan. So for the next one is the problem and opportunity. So as you know now, the climate change is already affecting to the people, ecosystem, and livelihood around the world. So how to reduce this the impact? So we are the ASEAN member. We must collaborate each other and have the mitigation measures. So that we have the problem statement that how might we increase the civic engagement to encourage the cost-moderate population to combat climate change. After we receive the small grant for the $700, we have the allocated budget to do our activities. So let's start. So also that we have also the bonus sponsor of our project is the UNDP Laos PPR and the Bureau is the Singapore. So for the quarter one and quarter two report, that we received the small grant that we have launched the social media, and then we find the sponsor and the corrupt with the Bureau in the Singapore to spread out our network into another country as ASEAN member. After that, we have opened the participant for the 10 countries via social media to implement the international debate competition, After that, we have the kick of the meeting with the judges in the briefing the rule and the score assessment with the GSS and from the ASEAN Foundation and ISASTERA. Then we have the five country around the ASEAN country to join with us. The first that come from the Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, and the last one is the Vietnam. So the last one that we have the finally team to win the our international the competition is from the Cambodia. They four of these girls are very smart and they have the voice to like spread out the voice to have the invitation to everyone. Also that our project is work under the sustainable development goal to review and to reach the our goal. So it's like the SDG impact that we have the mitigation to the SDG 5, the gender inequality. And the next one is the climate change. It's very important because this is the climate action. This is the climate project. So the last one is the partnership for the goal is the SDG 20. So we have the master cooperate with another NGO and INGO in the ASEAN country too. For the project evaluation, most of us is the social media engagement can reach the people more than 15,000 people. And for the feedback of the international the competition is over 80%. And we have the more 70% of the people reach via this project, via the social media. So the next one is the gender and the people can reach about how many percent that I showed you from the Instagram and the Facebook that we have the fan page to launch our project that we have the post mini content, have the post about our activity into our social media. So for the future plan as the ABCC, I hope we will win this competition and then we will receive the grant. Then we will find the marketing and allocate the budget. Then we will open the ASEAN volunteer to join with us to spread our network to the bigger community, and then we will prepare the route and theory for the ABCC English public speaking in the future. Then we will implement the English public speaking communication in the future too. For the work plan of the our ABCC in Q3 2022, the first one that I report at the moment, right? So the first one we will open the volunteer and prepare the agenda, and then we will invite the many judges from the our sponsor, from the our ASEAN Foundation, from the GSF or the SAP and other common purpose. Then we will open the contestant. By the contestant, we will conduct the competition. After we conduct the competition, we will self-evaluation and close out project. For the team of the English public speaking, we have the three main teams: the climate change, sustainable development, and civic engagement. And this is the budget allocated. And the last one is the cross. If we don't protect it, we can protect ourselves. So thank you the our team for the ABCC member that we have the only the 5 people to join this event together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your follow.
Thank you, Team ASEAN Voices Climate Change, and your 5 minutes are up. Now, for the judges, do you have questions to ask to Team ASEAN Voices Climate Change?
Any question?
Can I go? If that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right. First of all, congratulations on a brilliant presentation and a great idea. I was quite intrigued by, by a few areas, where you mentioned about English speaking. So I just wanted to understand a little more about that. Is my understanding correct that this program that you are, the debate competition that you're planning is only for students and young people who can speak English? Or is it open to everybody?
So we are open only the Jews from the ASEAN member on the 10th country only. and this is the English complication. So we must use the English to be the main language to use in this complication.
Right. And do you have any plans to kind of take it more locally so that you're able to reach out to a wider a young population who may be using the local language?
As I mentioned that our project that have the main purpose or the main focus on the youth. So our complication will main focus on the youth only.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question as well?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Because I noticed that in the briefing we did have obviously two groups, communities and so forth, and your advocacy across many social media platforms to galvanise information into one hub so that you can inform. What would be so the program is still in you could say awareness mode to make communities aware and so forth. It's not actually looking at we haven't looked at the detailed applications and connections through other social portals, none of that just yet. We're still in gathering and creating awareness. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just needed to clarify that point and look at the opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, for the questions. Does anybody else in the judges want to ask questions?
No.
Piyush, we can't hear you. Perhaps you're on mute.
Mr. Pius, we cannot hear you, so maybe you can unplug your cable first. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Piyush, I can't hear you.
First, and then replug your cable.
I'll try. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we
can.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. Okay, that's a good tip. Thanks a lot, Team CL1, for a very good presentation. I also looked into the annexures. You have really given this a serious thought, so really nice, and congratulations for putting this together. My question to you is with respect to the social media channel, so which you already showed that you have got some good traction. So given that if you get funding for the next phase, how do you ensure that the social media channels still continue to go even beyond the project funding? So after $2,000, you are able to do more debating competitions, and then what next? Are you going to then work with some organization who can take up this social media channels, especially the amount of effort that you're putting into it now?
Thank you, Piyush. Now I am working with the GNDP. So the GNDP is my country agency that can support me about the social media, and they always support about the environmental unit. From the environmental unit, GNDP always support my project. So it is not a period of the problem of the social media to cause any event for us.
Very good. Yeah, that's good to know.
Thank you so much, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Team AVCC, for the answers. Next, we have Team CL2, Youth for Environment. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Is my screen visible? Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, all good.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Yeah. Cool. So good morning, everyone. I'm Gerald, and on behalf of Team CL2, I'll present our project over the past several months. So the context for today, we'll be speaking about the problem context, proposed solution, and our organizing team behind this entire project. So as we all know, climate change is a very significant issue for ASEAN and the world. And we feel that ASEAN's carbon emissions. So our problem statement thus is how might we inspire fellow youth across ASEAN member states to drive the carbon reduction movement in our region. So in phase 1 of this project, from January to now, we actually began on a carbon reduction awareness raising campaign where we posted posts on Instagram and Facebook 6 days a week consistently across 2 to 3 months. This was a social media campaign where we incentivize youth to participate actively in challenges by offering seats and other attractive prizes. Following this, in the next phase of our solution, we intend to do 2 things. First, meetups. Do a minimum of 10 meetups, with each meetup capped at USD $100 across several ASEAN countries. And in addition, we intend to empower youth by funding micro projects with a maximum project cap of 300 USD. So what does this solution do? Well, it firstly raises awareness via our platform by spreading awareness about sustainability in an informal setting through conversations over food. Second, empowerment. By funding projects, micro projects, it empowers youth to contribute to their own initiatives by starting projects of their own without a barrier of cost. And third, networking. We want to enable youth to meet new friends and people who are similarly interested in sustainability and allowing them to build more bonds for future projects and careers. So in our project, we have 3 key stakeholders. First, ASEAN youth, who are our direct target audience and beneficiaries. Second, ASEAN environmental and educational organizations. These are our expert partners. We hope to invite them down to our gatherings to contribute to the discussion and conversation. And last but not least, ASEAN Foundation and a youth network. We hope to tap on your strong and extensive networks across the region to spread the word about our project amongst your network for various issues. So, as with any project, we identify 2 main challenges. First, geopolitical and safety in nature. With the rapidly changing safety and COVID-19 issue and the changing geopolitical situation, meeting up in person in several ASEAN countries might not be feasible. However, if that is the case, we intend to hold virtual meetups with attractive prizes. Secondly, this lack of continuity or even a self-selection bias. People might attend the meetups just for the complimentary food and, a free gift. However, as the organizing team, we intend to steer the conversation to engage in environmental topics and forge bonds that continue beyond the individual meetup. So to evaluate our solution, we find that it is very engaging as people like to come together and bond and make new friends. Secondly, it is also very realistic to accomplish because we know our target audience very well. Third, this project needs relatively limited resources to organize. And fourth, it's very scalable and replicable. Once this continues beyond August, this actually can scale beyond ASEAN and beyond the region. The expected impact of our solution is twofold. For the meetups, we intend to get above 80% positive feedback rate, and second, organize at least 10 meetups. In addition, for the sponsorships segment, we intend to fund at least 4 projects and reach over 1,000 views across our social media channels on Facebook and Instagram. This is the rough timeline for our project. In June, we intend to plan everything out. In July, start the meetup. In August and September, continue the meetup and fund projects. And in October, do a report for the entire project. This is the draft proposed budget. We have not spent the $700 that was given to us. So we have a total of 2,700 USD. And we intend to spend 1,500 on meetups and 1,200 on sponsorships, which gives us a nice total of $2,700. So this is our organizing team: Philip from Philippines, Kun from Myanmar, Wayu from Indonesia, and me and Churi from Singapore. Thank you.
I can go again. In the interest of time, I have 2 or 3 elements to my question. So first of all, CL2, Gerald, great presentation, great idea, I would say. You spoke about creating these conversational platforms. I would like to know a little bit more about the framework that you would use for holding these conversations. And what do you intend to achieve at the end of these 10 meetup conversational platforms? Have you identified the themes? Of course, the broad theme is about, reducing carbon footprint. But what are some of those focus themes that will form the focus of these 10 meetups? And lastly, and perhaps I should have asked this at the beginning, is how have you gone about understanding the need for this kind of creating these conversation platforms within ASEAN? So where has this need come from? What does the data show?
Perhaps like it or engage with it. They suggested something more conversational, where, as people who have done research in these areas, we can actually share our knowledge and also have a conversation with our target audience. So in this sense, it is more engaging and interactive with potential youth. And we found that this might be a better way to firstly build more bonds across the people. So for example, if let's say there are 10 people following my Instagram page, usually the 10 people are not connected or close, right? We intend to actually build bonds between the people who are following us, and this would be a good way for people to make new friends. Yeah, so that's essentially where the need came from. And regarding the framework for the meetups, right now we have 6 themes for our social media campaign. They are, like carbon reduction, growing trees, electricity saving, and so on and so forth. So we intend to replicate the same format for our meetups, where we intend to reuse the 6 themes we have for our meetups. But the underlying framework would be that it's an informal setting. So it can be a breakout room format similar to Zoom, or it can be something more casual where people just talk about a particular topic, but there is not much direction. So it's a very free-flowing conversation. That's the idea for the meetup.
Ask a question, and it goes to perhaps what my colleague previously did ask. Have we given thought to, there is a lot of potential partners in this area that are doing some significant work in this area. Have we thought about potentially using partnering up with those organisations as a meetup to then create a communities of practice and therefore galvanise data to enhance your platform? Because I love the fact that you shared out your budget with us and everything else. That was fantastic. It showed some thought. But with these meetups to expedite your collation of data, have you thought about which local groups would be a great platform to co-host these meetups so that you have more of an impact in those regions?
I think we have yet to think about that, honestly. But at least in the case for Singapore, both Churi and myself, the members of CL2 from Singapore, have quite extensive connections, as I believe the other members of the team in the respective countries do as well, with the various environmental groups that we are part of in Singapore. So for example, in Singapore, there is this group called the Support Network, and we intend to tap on these various groups that we are part of to publicize and invite people from these organizations to be part of them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the questions. And thank you, Team Youth for the Environment, for the answers. Now, up next, we have Team CH1, ASEAN Youth Community for Hazardous Waste. The floor is yours.
Okay. Can you hear my voice clearly now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning to honorable judges and everyone. We are CH1 team, also called as the AYCHW, representing chemicals and waste. My name is Runi from Indonesia and the project leader of this group. My teammates are Zal from Myanmar, Aisha from Brunei, Sakunti from Cambodia, and Solfon from Laos PTR. You can go next. Thank you. And these are the outlines of our presentations today. Next. So in the previous times, we have made a number of programs, matching over 180 beneficiaries and collaborated with 18 partners from ASEAN. Here we have summarized our impacts, in which 89.7% of beneficiaries have pledged to adapt sustainable practices on household hazardous waste. Next. Let's start with the background. Annually, every single person in this world generates almost 60 kilograms of household hazardous waste. Next. We are aware that the lack of knowledge, awareness on household hazardous waste, and people's mindset of apathy on waste problems are the main causes. Next. Household hazardous waste leads to air pollution from open burning, water pollution from improper disposal, and finally entering into our human bodies in different ways. Next. As a public health risk, we have found that the number of infertility in men has increased to 7% due to exposure to hazardous chemicals. Similarly, these chemicals can affect infants via women who had exposure to polychlorinated biphenyls. Next. In this case, ASEAN is also aware of these problems and thus put hazardous waste and e-waste in their main agenda. And this is the work plan of ASEAN Working Group on Chemicals and Waste. This group has identified hazardous waste program in their top priority. And that is why our program, Household Hazardous Waste, are relevant to ASEAN agenda on the environment.
The next is the goal is to reduce the intensive use of hazardous chemicals as households and to minimize the generation of household hazardous waste and to lessen the risk of the hazardous substance in Asian community. Next. Objectives to enhance the knowledge, awareness, and the good practice on household hazardous waste management, and to build a resilient community in Asia where the final beneficiaries will benefit all sustainable practice and lifestyle by means of environmentally friendly and responsible ways, to explore the and exchange-led trends, opportunities, and challenges in household hazardous waste management, and fourth one is to complete common consensus on the necessity of developing household hazardous waste regulation, which is feasible in local or regional contexts. Next. The next one, please. For the target beneficiaries is for young adulthood from 18 to 35 ages community, such as residents, students, housewives, and employees. Next. This is for gender consideration. For all gender, including those who are openly LGBTQ+, welcome it. And AYCHW has a strategic plan to have trainers and panelists, including all genders, by respecting gender equality and diversity. Next.
So in the coming month, our team will promote social media campaigns, provide capacity building, training, and organize AYCHW symposiums at the end of this year. To implement our activities successfully, we will work with all stakeholders, including the ASEAN Foundation. From our activities, we expect a shared understanding of what to do with HHW in the future and policy recommendations that enable them to help their community and the ASEAN community. Our monitoring and evaluation team will handle this part by using smart framework and training tools, such as social media and budget tracking. We'll also use a number of sheets, reports, and assessment by consulting with our mentor.
And so our second phase project will start in July from the working members recruitment. And our symposium will take place in November 2022. Following the symposium, we will start implementing to implement on-site project in next year. Next slide.
You have 30 more seconds to finish your presentation.
So to ensure our project is long-standing in the future, we consider three aspects: financial, or the community organization. Next slide. But in terms of the community sustainability, we really need community support for survival. That's why our strategy is to include many beneficiaries and to best make sure to make the community feel a sense of ownership on this project. So we strongly believe that we can achieve community sustainability. Next slide. In terms of financial, it is important for us to survive financially. So we have two options for extended services. We have grants for ASEAN foundations and other mini grants.
Thank you,
also,
team.
Second.
Thank you, team, for the presentations. Unfortunately, your 5 minutes is up. And judges, do you have any questions for the team?
If nobody's going to ask, I'm going to ask a similar question that I've been going through previously. We're talking about partners and community awareness. Have we progressed to identifying who those potential partners could be in those areas so that we can make an impact and start talking to them? Because you've done a lot of background work, which is fantastic. I just want to understand if anyone on the panel, anyone on your panel can answer, have we looked at apart from here, these are global, have we reached any of these associations and created a local awareness so that they can sponsor, fund or assist you?
All right, thank you so much for the questions. Maybe you can go to the near last slide where there is a different partners. Yes, this one. So in our partners, we have conducted with 18 partnerships in which we divided into community partners, which it is more related to the partners that can support us in our events. For example, if we would like to invite them as our mentors, or if they would like to invite us as in environmental partnerships. And the other one is about media partners, which is to share more the opportunity or events of conducted by us, and these media partners have an important role to share it to fellow youth or the other communities within ASEAN countries.
So you've identified them and you're looking at involving them in the next phases. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the question. Any more judges would like to ask or no?
I could.
Yeah, please go ahead. No, go
okay,
ahead.
thanks a lot. I've also gone through the proposal. I think this is a very important topic of HHW, and I think you've really taken a lot of time to understand the problem in detail. For me, just for the better, for the judges to understand better, can you just maybe tell what would be the two major, what would make you happy after you get the funding? Yeah, so what would be the two major outcomes of this project given if you get the funding, and then after say 6 months you'd say this is a success project for us? Yeah.
All Alright, thank you for the questions. I'll try to answer it. So in terms of our future projects, we have approximately three. The first one is capacity building and trainings, which previously we have conducted a similar thing, but it is more about online learning. But in this case, we would like to share about capacity building and training on waste, how to tackle the waste issues or waste management within household. And the secondly is about symposium, which it is still conducted online, but the product of this symposium would be a policy recommendations. So these policy recommendations, once we have established the policy recommendations, we will give this to the ASEAN Secretariat in terms of these chemicals and waste. We will try to consult this first, and hopefully these policy recommendations can be used from the local governments within ASEAN countries. But our our plan in terms of specific country is Indonesia, because we have received a comment from one of our participants, which they would like to ask for our support to help for them to have the waste management in their countries, which is there is a specific areas for this. So according to the budget allocations, there is a on-site project implementations, which is related to the Indonesia case, and also for the main events is symposiums and also capacity building.
Thank you, team, for the answers. And Miss Swati, you were want to ask something back then?
It got covered already. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much, judges, for the questions. And thank you, team, for the answers. Now we're moving on to the next team. Please welcome Team CH2, No Organic Waste, or NOW. The floor is yours.
Hello, I think Nino, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Please go back to the page. Yeah. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Good morning, judges, guests, and young leaders today to welcoming you to our pitching of No Organic Waste. I, Taritongwani, and Noe Lestradi will be your pitching today. Next place, please. I've been interested in food waste management, but that doesn't appeal to me in the direct same way individually. So as a colleagues and as a group of our team, we found that food waste management is no affordable solution provided in food waste to access in our ASEAN community, and we have lack access of awareness on the common goal. So that is what we're going to do. So that is one thing that we are going to do exactly. So No Organic Waste strives to raise awareness among youngsters in ASEAN nations, especially Indonesia, about the importance of minimizing household food and organic waste. And our goal towards its landfill should be without food, so people can get access to free food, to the food where it should belongs to. And see how it works. Next place, please. So our activities mainly is focusing on online masterclasses and infographics. As you can see, there's also media partners and the groups of individuals who have been participating in the youth environmental change, who they can get access to the youngsters, that they can get an accessibility to do something for the home posting and the organic waste, which they can get access to all the information below. And we fondly to say that 2,000 youth individuals have been joining in our journey. Next place, please. So let's say our activities have been involved in so many levels, and our main target is to attacking the youth environment, to share their message to others, to other people that is so important to us, which is the message of the youth. So we have reached over the 9,000 account reaches and 2,000 account engaged for the Instagram. And also in Facebook, we have been sharing our infographic, which is easy to use, and digest, which are wonderfully we've been understanding towards our food and organic waste campaign in social media.
Okay, so the complete initiative that we have already conducted is there are two main focuses. The first one is infographics, and the second one is on online master classes. So we can see that infographics can attract more youth to act sustainably and raise their awareness about climate issues, and in particular food and organic waste. And the second one, or online master classes, provide insightful knowledge related to the detrimental effects caused by food and organic waste in Asian countries and good practices in handling food and organic waste in household through composting. However, we found some challenges during our pilot project. So the first one, due to the limitations of physical activities, the first one is lack of practical experience in reducing food and organic waste in household, especially for youth and women, because they think that they are still beginners, particularly in doing the composting stages. And the second one, we found that the organic waste, food and organic waste, not only generated by household, but also there are still lack of awareness of food and organic waste management at school that contributes to the food wastages. And the third one, we found that not only at school, but also the surplus food produced by the food and beverage industries, supermarkets, and other hotels contributes towards eventual food and waste disposed at the dump site, which creates a hungry population and food insecurities. And then, okay, so the potential areas of the project improvements, we believe that we need to provide hands-on practical experiences in reducing food organic waste, especially for youth and women. The second one is raise awareness in handling good practices at school, students, staff, and canteen stakeholders. And the third one will provide food support from surplus produced by supermarket from the excessive food, hotels, and other beverage industry. And the project upscaling initiative that we propose is the first one. We're going to do the on-site composting workshops to provide hands-on practice experiences. And the second one is food bank initiative to support food for hungry populations due to the excessive food accumulated in landfills. And the third one is food waste campaign at school to raise awareness on handling good practices through food and organic waste management at school with students, staff, and also content stakeholders. The target of our initiative will be youth age 14 to 24, and we consider the gender, women, and also the low-income families. And we are going to use also social media.
30 seconds.
And then this is okay, this is the execution timeline. So the first one, we're going to do the stakeholder engagement throughout July to December, and then after that we're gonna do the food and organic waste campaign at school, food bank initiative, the composting workshop, and follow up with participants. So we're gonna reach the stakeholders, youth associations, schools, corporate partners, government and NGOs, local communities. And then this is the budget plan that we have proposed. Most of them will be used to project event logistic, allowance, promotions, and digital support and services. And this is the expected outcome. We hope that participants can reduce food and organic waste in households, and then excessive food produced by food beverage industry can be fully minimized by giving it to undernized people. Okay.
Unfortunately, your 5 minutes is up. So it's now time for question and answer by the judges. Judges, you might ask your questions. Okay.
Thank you.
May I ask some questions? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I like your concept very much now. And I see that you have put a very good thoughts into framing few main activities and deliverables, which is measurable and scalable. So this is something that I'm impressed. In terms of partnerships, I think I like it when you do you target at young children also from school on the canteen ways and all that. So there are a few organizations also, if you wanted to connect, it's through ASEAN Foundation's program, Social Enterprise. We have one surplus and few social enterprises who focus in waste management, food waste, and also compositing and all that. So perhaps you can look for partnerships to scale up, yeah, and to learn from maybe more senior associations. This is something that I think should be pursue, not only stop after 6 months. So I do hope that you give thoughts on how to spread this project cross borders, not only in your own community, but also for the whole ASEAN region. Yeah, thank you.
I actually agree with what Dr. Miying said. There are a lot of communities in other countries that you can reach out to and we can connect you with. And there's also some applications that have been launched in some of the Western countries to do this. So maybe we can help you take the lead and look at those partnerships, because this is very much so an important topic, especially in your region.
Just
Thank
a
you so
question
much.
here. Yeah, sorry. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, great. There have been so many initiatives around food banks and, food waste management that are already there, as highlighted by Lauren and Dr. Yang. What I wanted to really understand is, what thought have you given to your idea that, that will stand out in terms of, what do you think is not working in some of the current initiatives? What are some of the barriers that perhaps is not perhaps, we are still having a lot of food wastage, despite there's so many food banks that are around us. So what do you think is not working, and how does your idea help to fill that gap?
Okay, thank you. So I do really understand about the food bank, this food bank initiative, because there are still, there are some of the food bank initiative out there. However, it seems that I can see there's still the reach out is not really equal. Like, for example, the region, in one region, the food bank is the food bank is given to only one region instead of like the equally. So maybe this food banks initiative by No Organic Waste can be implemented in Indonesia and reach out more like equally, especially for the low income families and also women, because according to the post survey that we conducted, most women most women got like the effect of the food waste itself. So we're gonna focus on the women itself, and also we're gonna broad and also reach out more the disadvantaged people through our food bank initiatives.
May I also add one thing is now the world is having the post-pandemic. We consider post-pandemic because everything go back to how it used to be. Yeah? So I think food crisis, food supply is a big challenge and issues right now. So like echoing to what Swati has mentioned, you have to look into why it doesn't work. Instead of saying that maybe you wanted to expand more to a needy community, it's easy to say that you want to target a needy community, but have you actually developed a chain of communication network, with your contacts? Because I think you will also face multiple challenges when it comes to convincing your corporate partners, because this was some of the problems faced by our social enterprises in our project, trying to get the buy-in from the corporate, like supermarkets, restaurants, So there are many initiatives has been done, campaigns, but I really like what is your top, your name, your slogan now. So I think that this is really timely for you to expand this project and think of the way you can do better, and don't repeat the same patterns of issues, because like what Swati said, what doesn't work, don't just do the same thing again, So I hope that you can find another way to make it work. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the questions, and thanks a lot for the team for your presentations. And now we're moving on to the next team. We have Team CM1, Y for Ocean. The floor is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Hello, Just and fellow participants. We are from CM1. We are so appreciative to be here today to present our project proposal that we consider a breakthrough in the fight against plastic waste pollution in marine environments. So now you may wonder among many problems why we choose plastic waste, right? Our project have two members, and the problem statement is, firstly, a recent report by American Association Science to that the world has produced 8.3 billion tons of plastic and 6.3 billion tons of which is plastic waste. And surprisingly, 79% exist in natural environment, including marine environments. And secondly, according to statistics, at least 14 million tons of plastic end up in the oceans every year, and plastic makes up 80% of marine debris, far from surface waters to deep sea sediments. Marine species ingest and are entangled by plastic debris, which cause severe injuries and death. And plastic pollution also threatens food safety, quality, and human health and catastrophes and contribute to climate change. Thirdly, the ASEAN regions have 4 members countries. Thus are said to be one of the world's largest oceans. Plastic polluter including Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Therefore, our project, Just for Oceans, wish to contribute to raising awareness of young people in the ASEAN regions and solve the problem of plastic waste pollution in marine environments through spreading the masses of sustainable consumption. About the project introductions, our project with an educational orientations aim to raise awareness among young people in ASEAN countries about responsible consumptions and take action to reduce plastic waste in the marine environment. Our project expects to start the first season in Vietnam with education and training 15 young ambassadors who are dynamic, creative, responsible, passionate, and deeply interested in project and initiative environment problems. The project believes that by broadening knowledge and experience opportunities, young people in Vietnam will become a leader who contribute to protecting the marine environments, and young ambassadors in Vietnam will become a bridge to have spread out the masses environmental protection to ASEAN community. And our project have 4 objectives. The first one is raise awareness among young ambassadors in ASEAN regions. The second one is contribute to solving the problem of plastic waste in marine environments. And the third one is impact on 2,000 people through online information and offline activities. And finally, initially build a successful project fan page to communicate about environmental pollution.
And continue to our target beneficiary. So we aim to get 50 people direct to participate in our program. Start from 16 to 25, and indirect we aim to benefit about 25,000 people indirect through online platform. Next, and for our main phase, the project will be conducted in six months with the following main phase. The first phase is like project communication and online contest. We plan the topic is We Love Ocean, and Phase 2 is opening ceremony and launching two contests to create video on the topic plastic waste pollution in the marine environment. Phase 3 organize workshops to provide and share knowledge to our participants. Phase 4 implement a Let's Clean the Sea campaign with activity to visit, experience and clean up at the Ha Long Bay in Vietnam. Phase 5 finalists of the media video creation contest and
Team, you
premiere.
have additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Premier of the media conduct from group of young ambassadors in Vietnam. Next, for our activity, so we have 9 activity, the same as our phase. So for all of activity, we will start from 8 August 2022 until 1st March 2023. And for our budget plan, we plan to spend about 40,700 USD for our
Thank you, team.
project.
Thank you, teams. Unfortunately, your 5 minutes is up, and now it's time for the judges to ask their questions. Maybe Miss Rogia or Miss Wator.
Yeah, no, a very quick one. I think, yeah, this is such an important topic because, there is so much of linkages, both before and after. So it's a great topic to cover. And I really like that you're wanting to start from Vietnam because, there's a huge amount of attention and awareness that is already there in Vietnam. What I would like you to perhaps think about is that, beyond the ocean cleaning bit, which is, again, very common. This is an idea which has been going around for many years. A lot of corporates, a lot of organizations are into ocean cleaning, as a part of their CSR activities. I think Vietnam has already matured beyond that, really to understand, the downstream of it. What do we do with the plastic that we recover from the ocean? It's not just about cleaning, but it's also about reuse, recycle, and stuff like that. So there are these organizations like Plastic People and Ton to Ton, who are actually going ahead and what they call as saving plastic, literally saving plastic because, it is about, and it finally leads to saving ocean. So just wanted to kind of also think about, I wanted you guys to think about, what are some of the other areas that you could also focus on. Yes, ocean cleaning is still important, but, what happens to the plastic that you recover from the ocean? I think that is also a great awareness that one needs to build, especially in the young people.
Yeah, I agree. The recycling component is actually small, but if you look at the UN latest learnings on how to reduce it, recycling is actually the last one. It's more about creating impact at the operational level, the OEE and so forth. So potentially you could be partnering with a lot of organisations that are plastics producers and providing signage leverage to provide educational means to the people of how to use it wisely. Personally, I know we've done this with quite a few countries and partners. There are global platforms that the WEF as well as the UN have already created for sharing information across the supply chain. So maybe thinking small to launch and then aspirationally partnering with these ones to use their data in your country to create educational awareness about reduction purposes with even manufacturers. I think there's real emphasis here. I mean, I helped an organisation in your region come up with an AI bot that collects and uses AI to leverage back offsets. So there's opportunities here to think outside the box, but agree that you start. And maybe one concern that I would like to issue is this is a big project. So maybe if we can, think about bringing more people in to assist you as partners, because it is very topical at the moment.
Okay, thank you, judges. Does any other judges want to ask questions? Mrs. Rogia, maybe, or Dr. Yang? Okay, seems like we're good to go. Okay, thank you so much, judges, for the questions, and then also team for the presentations. Now we will welcome the next team. Please welcome Team CM2 for Clean Waves. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you see my screen and hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start now. Good morning, judges, guests, and fellow participants. I'm Yingwei from Group CM2. Today we are presenting our project for Clean Waves. We have a diverse team of 5 members, including me, Yingwei from Malaysia. I'm the team leader. Al from Malaysia, Afni from Indonesia, Nalva from Philippines, and Xinhui from Singapore. I'll start with the background, problem statement, and objective of our project. According to the World Bank, plastic accounts for almost 80% of all marine debris, and in 6 ASEAN member states, over 31 million tons of plastic waste was generated in a year. The problem statement that we identified at the start of the program is how might we help to empower the ASEAN youth ages 15 to 24-year-old to be more informed and take initiative in addressing marine and coastal environmental issues. The objective of our project is to increase awareness of youth in the current situation of marine and coastal waste issue, and also promote youth-led actions. To achieve this objective, we have carried out these activities from February until May. For the social media campaign, we have already 40 Instagram posts in total, including weekly thematic posts, quote posts, and environmental celebration posts. The other main initiative is our podcast series. We have partnered with 3 different organizations on different teams to record and post 3 episodes, which are mangrove, waste management, and also marine card game. We also hosted giveaway events with the podcast series. In addition, we developed our own website and uploaded a blog post on the plastic pollution issue. We also conducted a social media engagement survey to get feedback from our audience. Throughout our journey, we are very proud to have achieved more than 400 followers on Instagram, with 54% of followers aged between 18 to 24 years old and 68% of female.
So next, I will be talking about the social media engagement survey we conducted. So we had 51 respondents with 80% from ASEAN countries, and we managed to engage more than 70% of non-coastal community. So from the survey, we know that 82.6 are feeling optimistic, and 91.3 are feel encouraged to protect the environment. When looking at our IG posts, which are the 2 main messages we want to convey to our audience? So moving to our scale-up plan, as we have received feedback from the audience that they are interested in other marine-related topics besides coastal waste issues, we have further modified our problem statement for the next phase. So our problem statement is how might we increase awareness of youth in marine and coastal issues, promote youth-led actions through our initiatives, and increase our partnership efforts. So we also plan to expand our target beneficiaries to a wider scope, which are ASEAN youths and young professionals, local NGOs, coastal communities, and women. So the topic that we plan to cover during our next phase, according to the feedback from the survey and our own interests, are beach cleanup, marine environmental technologies, endangered marine species, renewable energy, nuclear waste dumping issue, and more. So next slide. So this is our scale-up timeline. So previously, we have conducted all activities online. So we would like to conduct offline activities by the end of this year, while still continuing our online initiative. So for the online initiative, we will create Facebook page soon to engage with more communities on different platforms. And next year, we plan to expand to Telegram and TikTok. We also plan to develop a toolkit in beach cleanup and sustainable lifestyle themes. So the topics that we plan to cover during our next phase phase, according to the feedback from the survey and our own interests, are beach cleanup, marine environmental technologies. These serve as guidelines for future offline activities such as beach cleanup, mangrove planting, and seminars. We will also work on outreach with local communities and partner with NGOs to achieve collective actions. So next slide. So with the seed grant of 2,000 USD, we plan to allocate 20% for online promotion, including advertisements on social media. We will also spend 23% on IT support, such as website building and Zoom subscription. So 10% on professional services like partnership expenses, and 42% on media professional services for shooting, editing, and producing an impact video, which is part of our online initiative. And the remaining 5% will be for the miscellaneous purposes. So that's all for our presentation team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team for Clean Waves, for the presentations. And now, judges, do you have any questions for the team?
I'm going to let one of my trusted colleagues ask a question this time. I think I've asked one in every round.
I'm putting myself as well, Lauren.
Okay, so if maybe there is no question, it's fine. If you would like to comment, or okay.
Yeah.
Lauren, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead?
No, you go first, because I'm pretty sure we're probably thinking the same thing.
Right. No, again, I think it's similar to the last one, which is, there are, a lot of awareness and a lot of information that's already there around ocean cleanups, right? I'm just wanting to really, again, understand, what has your background research thrown up in terms of what is not working? And what more do you think you can add value in terms of building awareness in your beneficiaries that you've identified? So is it a particular section in the society that you're focusing on, or is there any different way that you plan to engage? Because again, there are lots of podcasts out there. There are lots of education material that's already out there, and it's become part of curriculum in a lot of education systems across ASEAN. So just wanted to understand, how do you want to create that unique way of engaging?
I can answer this question. So I think our how can we stand out from others is we plan to develop a self-guided toolkit. So this toolkit will help the people to local communities. They can go take action by their own initiative. So this it will be more localized. So initially we will try to start in Philippines, Indonesia, and also Malaysia. So we will try to have different versions for different countries so that it is more relevant to the communities, and this will help to for this beach cleanup initiative to be more relevant and scalable in the local part. And also as we said that we are not only focusing on this marine waste issue, we will also expand to other issues to just now previously you said from the operational side, how to actually decrease this use of plastic.
First of all, congratulations for a very interesting plan, proposal. And I like your logo, by the way. It actually catches my attention. All right. So echoing to what Swati mentioned, there are many organizations out there, international, is lobbying for this sort of this clean sea and water. So what you can do is maybe when you have the apps, when you have enough critical mass, you should also try to network and join the international lobby actions, because I saw youth from other countries like US and all that, European countries are very, very active in lobbying for this. So that actually pushes policy changes and implementation. For instance, like now the corporate companies such as Coca-Cola and all that, the contributor of the plastic waste has been ordered to consider ESG now for all these companies to consider environmental impact when they produce their bottles and all that. So I think you will hopefully you will be able to give a voice, consolidated and united voice from ASEAN youth. So that is our dream, our hope, that when you carry out these projects and with the development of the apps, you'll be able to achieve a better impact with more collaborations with others. Okay?
I'm actually agreeing wholeheartedly with both statements, and I said it in the previous one. There actually is a lot of databases, UN, the Jane McLean Association, etc., that you can then galvanize data to localize it. Start small before you go big, because you need to, the data sets are, the one that I mentioned earlier, a team that I helped with, a bot that, bot that scrapes AI, feeds the data back to companies like PepsiCo and Coca-Cola. So stuff exists. So how can we create a community, a coalition of the willing, as it were, with your program to localize insights so that you can educate and then drive it? So
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, for your questions and also for your comments. And thank you so much for the presentations to the team. And now we've come to the end of the first half of the team presentations. We will now be going for a short 15 minutes break. And to all participants, kindly put yourself on mute and stay on in this meeting as we will resume the team presentations in a bit. We would also like to kindly request to all judges to send their scores they have given to the first 6 teams to the organizers. And for those tuning in on the ASEAN Foundation live stream, please stay on the line as we would be back shortly. See you soon.
pollution to overpopulation are driving up the Earth's temperature. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health.
Hello everyone, we are from ASEAN YCLP CH1 and our main subtopic is chemicals and waste. So the main problem that we had intended to tackle is based on the general public having a lack of knowledge on how to segregate and to dispose household waste, as well as its dangers towards the environment. So our idea to overcome this is by initially spreading awareness through social media via talks, seminars, and eventually working up to workshops where we will further expose the public towards household wastes.
And this project we will be providing the prize to the best participant from our workshop, as we do wish to attract young adulthood from all over the ASEAN countries as our target audience. We believe that raising awareness is the first important step in order to go forward to the next plan. And that is all from us. Thank you for your listening.
Realize it or not, we produce waste almost every single day, from simply staying at home or going out. In 2017, ASEAN generated 1.14 kilograms per capita per day of municipal solid waste, where food and organic waste contributed to more than 50% of total waste generated. From coffee grounds to food waste to excess food, these are some of the organic waste that end up in our landfills within ASEAN. The mismanagement of food and organic waste could be detrimental to our health.
Introducing No Organics, an initiative that will foster the better management of organic waste, such as composting, food bank initiative, delivering infographics, and training for children and youth.
Hi everyone, welcome to our group TM1, Coastal and Marine Environment. Our slogan is We Swim as One. Let's go to our problem or what we want to emphasize and focus. And then objectives of our ideas is to raise awareness and also to increase youth skills in leadership and project implementation, and then to empower local youth to take action by providing grants. The scope of our ideas are all upon based on engagement, leadership, sustainability, real estate, and awareness. There are expected outcomes or what we are planning to get. Our phase 1 is for social media campaign, phase 2 workshop, webinar programs, and phase 3 is to encourage and take action in practical ways. There can be inputs from our projects. And summary, here we are from our diverse nations and also culture and languages, but we swim as one. Thank you.
Hello, this is CM2. We are 8 ambitious warriors fighting against marine pollution.
Today, a lot of marine shores are bound with trash. Plastic waste also often ends up in the coastal environment. It is time we act to stop marine pollution.
Our proposed problem statement is how might we help to empower the ASEAN youth in age group of 15 to 24 years old to be more informed and take initiative in addressing marine and coastal environment waste issues.
Our specific plan includes researching on pressing issues and the context of the target audience. With our research outcome, we will engage with the ASEAN youth via online platforms and produce impact videos to create awareness about marine and coastal waste. We also plan to collab with NGOs by organizing webinars and inviting youths to volunteer. Lastly, we aim to develop online toolkit which include facts, guides, and tips on addressing marine waste issues.
Hello everyone, ED2 would like to present our project on Children of Nature. Our team will be providing a standard of procedure handbook on the topic of green actions, including a guide to measuring carbon footprint. We aim to distribute the guideline to selected institution as a pilot initiative. Our second phase of the pilot project is to implement a series of workshops and panels for educators, parents, and students. Our proposed activities include online learning and on-site workshops such as gardening, recycling, and many more. Should you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact our group leader through the email. Thank you.
There are different types of human-made air pollution.
Environmentally sustainable cities. How do we get there? What's keeping our cities from being more sustainable? There are so many factors, but they're all boiled down to carbon emissions. Carbon emissions contribute directly to global warming. We know we need to reduce our carbon footprint, but where do we start? To reduce our carbon footprint, we have to be able to track how much we emit. Carbon benchmarking is a tool that helps us do that.
We are from Group NC1 and we would like to demonstrate our enthusiasm for environment and biodiversity protection. Do you know that Southeast Asia's overall peatland area is estimated to be around 25 million hectares? That accounts for 68% of the world's tropical peatlands. For that reason, it is necessary for us to protect this pristine peatland natural heritage site, which is also home to thousands of unique species, including otter civets and storm stork. Moreover, peatland is where carbon needs to stay in nature, and Asian's peatland plays a pivotal role in global climate mitigation. Our goal is to change the attitude and mindsets toward peatland and protect them in the best way possible. We would like to conduct webinars and virtual eco-tours, exploring the peatlands together and spreading knowledge about peatlands. Upon the completion of the program, the participants of the webinars will be assigned some tasks that are related to eco-friendly activities and peatland conservation campaigns, especially for the winners of the competition, who will be given not only enticing prizes but also climate-related campaign tasks. Come join us to protect peatland through nature communication.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our virtual team presentations of ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program 2022. Before we proceed, we will have a roll call for the judges. Miss Rogia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I'm trying to find the unmute button.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yang, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. And next, Miss Lorraine, are you there?
Most definitely. Yes.
Okay, and Miss Swati Mator, are you there?
Yes, Felicia, very much here.
Okay, and last, Mr. Pius, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, now that all judges are present, we will continue our final team presentations. And now, we'll now be continuing the team presentations with Team ED1, Pick It, Choose or Lose. The floor is yours.
Sorry, before we begin, might I just check for my partner? Siva, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, take the floor away.
Okay, sure. Hello, everyone. Yeah, just a moment. I'll turn on my camera. Hello everyone, we are Team ED1 and together with me I have Nini. We have two people on our team. I'm Siva from Singapore and Nini is from Laos. So it's our pleasure to share our project with you. To summarize it in a few words, our project is about reducing single-use plastics, and we see numerous policies today, taxations, charging a premium for plastic bags and various other policies, but we still think that the root cause for a lot of the issues we see today hails from the lack of a mindset change, which is what we hope to enable through our project. So we do have policies, but do people want to use them? Do they know the problem and do they want to be part of the solution? So at the core of our solution lies a people-centric approach, and we wanted our audience to be part of the problem where they actively create solutions to solve the problem. So moving on, we'll be covering the background, the overview of what we have done so far, our objectives and activities moving forward, our target and the proposed timeline. So moving on, so we consume every day without considering the cost of the materials that are brought with the food we buy, for example, straws, cups, and the masks that we have used due to the COVID pandemic. And our challenge is to get the largest consumers, especially youths, to become aware of the daily actions that leave a footprint on our planet. So we eventually hope to push and empower youths to change their mindsets to using eco-friendly materials to build a sustainable future. Right. So in order to, right now what we have done so far is to host a number of competitions, for example, poster competitions and video competitions. So we do have a few examples of posters that Nini will be showcasing later. And We have also managed to gain a lot of social media traction. So currently we have around 300 plus followers, and our posts have also garnered much engagement. For example, receiving almost 900 likes for some of the posts, which has showed that it has gained good traction, and it has generated sufficient engagement with the youths, and they have also demonstrated equal amount of passion and participation. So one of the posters that we received, this is an example of the poster that we have received. It looks really creative in the sense that they have suggested a number of solutions to counter the environmental impact of plastic pollution, suggesting a number of ways, which we believe will generate the sort of mindset shift that we are looking to enable. So moving on. Right, so for the objectives and activities moving forward, we hope to train youths who are passionate about climate change, content creators, and people who love the media. So this is to encourage the engagement of serious topics by equipping them with the much needed skills and training that would enable them to empower other youths. So for example, for the first part, Minds of a Journalist would allow them to understand how to choose a topic or content before they delve to produce the content. And also we hope to train them on generating infographics to understand how to turn information into visuals that are more captivating and more engaging, because people engage better with graphics and visuals rather than words. And we believe that using infographics is a powerful weapon to generate the sort of awareness that we hope to achieve. And we also hope to train them on making videos, because we also believe that video is yet another tool to allow them to understand how to create video content, which is especially popular with rising short form video content, for example, through TikTok. So yeah, these are the three things that we hope to train them on, and Nini will take on from here.
So the main target would, which we have separated into, would be the direct target and indirect target. So our direct target would be 20 youths, which we will be selecting from 10 ASEAN countries with a condition of 18 to 25 years old to actually engage in the training. And with indirect youth, we are estimating the list of 10,000 youths who will be people who will be consuming and viewing those productions of infographics and videos. So this is the timeline of our project. We will be launching our project in mid-July, which means from now on we will be planning and finalizing things, and participant selection would be the 2 weeks of August. And then on the third week, we will be introducing them to our program. And after everything's done, finalized, and then we will start the training on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd week of August. And hopefully we'll have their productions in September. So before we move along or end this presentation, we want to tell you that our belief is media is a soft power that will be able to share, engage, and create impact in the long run. So create your climate story with us. And don't forget to check out Pick It Reduce Plastic hashtag on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, where our competitors have posted their stories. Thank you.
Team Pick It, Choose or Lose, and your 5 minutes are done. Judges, you may ask your questions to the team. Okay, Miss Rogia.
Yeah, okay, just to some comments from my side. The issue of mindset, as you picked on earlier, is something that is always a challenge from different levels of the society. So I guess it's a matter of having good quality content, which is the idea of your project, to sort of train people who can be media content creators in developing infographics, in developing videos and other means to disseminate to not just the public but also the different demographics. So that's one thing that needs to be considered. The different levels of information and how it's being portrayed to different levels of society. So you have different information for children, you'll have different sort of information for adults, for young adults, and even for the elderly community, which brings me to sort of an inquiry, if you can answer, is how would you reach out to maybe people who don't have access to social media? We do understand that as we're looming towards the fourth industrial revolution, we're using technologies, we're using digital platforms, but there are also members of society that does not have access to such platforms, if there are plans to address that. And also one thing, it's good that you also mentioned the role of producers and other stakeholders maybe to switch to more environmentally friendly habits. So in terms of changing the mindsets from the producer side, so it's a twofold thing, three actually. One, not just for the consumers, everyone is a consumer, but also for the producers, and also one what we can consider as well is for the regulators. So it's a three-way thing, I might say. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the great question. So maybe I'll take on the first question first. So for the first question on how we can target people who are not on social media, which is indeed a true problem. So I think perhaps what we can do as a starting step is to leverage on people who are already on social media to reach out to those who are not on social media. So for example, if we want to reach out to someone in, say, Malaysia or Indonesia, like rural regions in those areas, what we can do is first to have a call for people who are interested on social media first, and these people can become, like, for example, chapter leaders of these countries. So for example, chapter leader of Indonesia, chapter leader of Malaysia, and they may be able to serve as they can serve as touch points to reach out to those located in more remote or rural parts in their countries. To begin this entire process, we will leverage on them as initial touch points. So firstly, we will have a call on social media to raise awareness on the fact that we're having such a thing and we need people to contribute to this initiative. So we will recruit initial chapter leaders through this social media initiative. And these people will serve as, for example, intermediaries to get us in touch with those located in more remote or rural regions. So I think that's how we would navigate the landscape of how to reach people who lack the access to social media. And for the second question, could I clarify on what you meant? Like, so I believe that you refer to like three different stakeholders: regulators, consumers, and producers. So yeah, I just want to clarify on the question.
I think part of your presentation also mentioned earlier on with regards to producers. So they're also one of the main stakeholders when we're talking about mind shift change. So the mindset change, it not only involves just consumers and producers, but also in terms of regulators. So how we want to steer and to regulate the population.
Okay, sure. So maybe I can go first, then Lini can chip in her thoughts. So in terms of regulators, I think definitely regulators play a huge role because like they have a lot of power and they may also possess the financial capability to steer the masses, be it in terms of the media. So for example, since our project revolves around changing mindsets through a digital medium, I believe that regulators have also a role to play. So for example, they may be able to not only finance, but also employ various tools, for example, behavioral nudging. So maybe they could use TV advertisements or TV commercials to change people's mindsets on being more sustainable, using less plastic, or even abolishing the use of plastic completely. So I think regulators indeed have a huge role to play in terms of finances and the media power that they possess. And because they are already established as a reliable authority, people are also more likely to believe regulators as opposed to ground up initiatives like us who are just starting off. Yeah.
Thank you.
The question to say, because I know we're running out and I don't want to take up too much time, but sort of some food for thought. Understanding the regulation structure, say for instance in Singapore, participated in the plastics, and we actually had a complete cradle to grave proposal where a government minister said we get a higher char rate from plastics, so it's in our best interests to burn it. So you might find that sometimes what's being said doesn't reflect what's being done, and understanding that from a country by country perspective is important. Grassroots education, but actually triggering it at the start. So thinking about alliances and education at the start of the process, because that's the bit that triggers it. Because nearly everything is plastic packaging in Singapore, but then break it down to Laos, where you have an opportunity, or other those countries, where you have an opportunity to leverage social construct around it, could be a great opportunity for you, because there already is a reuse, repurpose mindset. So you can actually capitalize that. So think small with your gross overall plan about an implementation country or region that can then scale, right? But you can have successes in that think small through education, through awareness, and through participation, through partnerships.
May I just add on a little bit? Yeah? I know that the time is running out. First of all, congratulations. I like your themes, pick it or lose it. Huh? So this, and I noticed that you pay a lot of attention to your design of your presentation is very good. Huh? So I just want to pinpoint on what you mentioned on conventional media. Because for young people, for the young generations, they are pretty much quite alien to media, conventional media like TV and radio. So I think it is good for you to consider, as what echoing to Panrazia's recommendation, is to reach out to the grassroots. Because when we want to change mindset, I know that you want it to spill over from your youth that you touches, and then you hope that they will convey the same information and share the knowledge with the community. But I think sometimes that is just our dream. It doesn't really achieve that much of impact, I noticed, because the youth will still connect with their own community in the social platforms. So then the gaps will be bigger and bigger for the grassroots, for people who doesn't have the access to these social media platforms. So I would like to suggest that if you could actually work together with the local government and tap into their leverage into their power and their network of media, so that you can contribute in terms of your knowledge and your ideas to the government in your own local community. I think they will appreciate that, because most of the time when you ask the conventional media to think out of the box, sometimes, how they can approach the community, maybe they don't have the proper ideas, or they have the usual ideas, the commercialized ideas, which they usually get paid, to say something or to broadcast something. And secondly is I would like to suggest that maybe you also look into messaging platform, because I think rural area now, everybody has a phone, I think. And also the basic communication apps will be there. So perhaps that can be utilized in the future instead of just the social media platforms, because the idea and the content is very rich. So I hope this can be delivered to the local community, the grassroots. Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify about the contents that we will produce before we go? So I've been in a program that we have been creating just similar to this, but we went on to the local people, and that theme was about storytelling about climate change and agriculture. So we were trying to adapt that to here, which means that rich contents don't actually come from the city. It comes from the local parts of a country, and that is where we will engage our participants to get their news on. So those news and contents will be hands-on. It won't
Please
be
wrap
like
it
from
up
the
in 10 seconds. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much, judges, and then also for the team. Now we're moving on to the next team. We have Team ED2, Children of Nature, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am Siti Jafar from Brunei, the team leader for Team ED2, introducing to you our project Children of Nature for environmental education. So to recap about Children of Nature, it is a youth-led project by Siti from Brunei, Farzana from Malaysia, Farian from Indonesia, Umang from Singapore, and Titar from Myanmar. To reintroduce the environmental education, to revisit the importance of teaching our children about the environment in their formal education, and by equipping our targeted audience, including 7 to 15 years old, as well as their teachers and parents with positive eco-conscious mindset. Our activities and service consist of conducting workshops and events in Phase 1 for a friendly learning space for the children and students, and Phase 2, a curated SOP handbooks, which will be elaborated later on as a source of environmental education materials.
Okay, so as explained by my colleague Siti, this is the documentation of the event that we have organized both online and offline. And as you can see, we have a lot of participants, mainly from the children's sides, and they are very eager and active, and we are very happy to see their willingness to participate in our activity as well. Next slide, please. Okay, indicated in this slide are the themes of the environmental issues included in our activities, such as food waste, climate change, vegan diet, and also other environmental issues, the outputs, and also the outcomes. All activities that includes lectures, group discussions, and games are designed with specific objectives, such as building their awareness on the issue, engaging students to become more proactive, and also open networks, or simply put it, help them to make new friends and share similar eco-friendly habits. Next slide, please. And talking about the impacts of our project for the last few months, well, in numbers, we reached to more than 40 schools with 60 participants by running 2 in-country workshops organized by 5 team members, which is all of us across the region. And furthermore, we are also proud to bring upon the topic of SDGs, specifically goals 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15. Next slide, please.
We are enthusiastic about our future. In July, we'll be working on our SOP handbooks and internal training with teachers from public and international schools. We have already confirmed 2 workshop sessions with 60 plus students in Brunei, and we'll be organizing this on 31st August 2022. In October, we'll be working on online webinars with ASEAN NGOs and outreach programs with NGOs. And in December, finally, we'll publish our SOP handbooks and we'll do a site visit farm with primary and secondary students. To elaborate further on our SOP handbooks, next slide. We'll be involving teachers, parents, and students, and it's a combination of lists and step-by-step process of environmental activities, which has illustrations and visuals by local illustrations from ASEAN. We'll be producing printed copies for school archives, and we'll be having online access through social media. Next slide. Furthermore, our workshops will be encouraging parents, teachers in creating a friendly learning space for early informal and formal education for children aged 7 to 15 years old or younger. We'll be continuing these workshops in Brunei, and as I've mentioned earlier, and all of this will help us increase our impact and reach. Next slide.
Right, so for our budget plan, so we are using most of our budget for physical workshop and online webinars, which is $800, and the second goes for speakers or facilitators fee, which we invited 3 professional eco speakers, and then we use some money, about $400 for SOP handbook publication, which include illustrators and printed copies, and the others go for volunteers welfare and promotional materials. And so we preserve $600 for emergency budget and for closing events and miscellaneous. Next. Right, so children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. As the old saying says that we both earth from future generations. So we are here to nurture our children, to ensure that they can continually preserve the environment for the and benefit of the future generation as well. Next. Yeah, so we nurture youth to become the better generation. So hopefully with our projects and effort here, we can building a good generation, okay, to protect the environment. Thank you so much.
Of nature. And now, judges, it's time for you to ask the questions for the team. Any questions?
No, I can comment. I think I loved the presentation from start to end in the sense that you could tell the theme and the people they were targeting in the program, as well as the objectives. So kudos to the team. Well structured presentation, and you even went through it all in the desired time. So credit to that. So I just wanted to say good job. And I love the branding. The branding really suited the message and suited the value statement. I was thinking that you get alignments with educational institutions at your start small, focus and then scale up. This would be something that, schooling educational systems would probably sponsor you in and collaborate with you in getting your brand out there. So that's potentially a target area for you to think about in your partnerships and collaborations. I just wanted to say thank you. That was great. So any of my other colleagues?
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to echo to what has been said. It is a very well thought and good timing control and all that. This is the projects that we can see from A to Z. So, and I like that you have one deliverables, which is very clear, the handbook. So the handbook is the one that going to leave the legacy, I think. But of course, the handbook hopefully can be spread around, not only become handbook in the cupboard, okay? So I just want to wish you all the best and hope that you can scale up to other member states in ASEAN using the same model. I mean that it's always very good to be targeted, small, and then slowly you expand the model. So this is a good direction. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Any other question? Oh, Miss Mator.
Yeah, no, not a question per se, but yeah, I absolutely, agree with Lauren there. I was also thinking about, I'm actually thinking 2 steps ahead. This is such a great idea and you've already started implementing it. And, I'm sure you will pick up lessons along the way to make sure that, you come up with a winning formula for your future workshops. What I was thinking was, perhaps something to keep in mind for future is a lot of education, and especially for young children, a lot of education exists only on paper in form of, handbooks and pictures and stuff like that. But when it comes to living it, there is lack of infrastructure. There is lack of, ways to live what is being taught. So I think there is a gap between education and experience. So perhaps that could be one area that you could also look at, as you build on your idea. I hope I make sense.
Okay, thank you so much, judges.
I just briefly, if it's okay with time, just wanted to ask the team, in realistic terms, do you find any challenges or risks in developing this SOP? Like, how would you make this SOP book? Would you do it on your own, or do you plan to sort of learn from the experiences of what other eco schools are doing?
Yeah, basically what we have done is that we started with the workshops first, and we got feedbacks from the students and the parents and the teachers to understand what kind of topics they would like to learn. And then from there we can incorporate what are the necessities to include in the SOP handbooks, and then we will have a peer reviewing. So we will send it back to the students, teachers, and parents if they would like it to be improved or what else to add and remove. And then from there, we can finalize it to ready to publish. Thank you.
Maybe just one follow-up question to that, if I may. I'm happy to see that there is a deliverable, the SOP being mentioned, where you conducted a workshop locally, I believe in Brunei, in order to develop the SOP. So if you're thinking of maybe upscaling it or making it available to other ASEAN countries, how would you foresee us doing that? Because I would assume the SOP, it takes into consideration Brunei's context. So if we were to do it for an ASEAN context, how would you foresee doing that?
So phase 2, where the part after this is where we include more abroad across ASEAN. So since we piloted in Brunei, we would like to send the feedbacks and the surveys to our ASEAN team members, which is from Singapore, Indonesia, and Myanmar, to implement that into their schools, local schools, to see if it works in context with them as well as in Brunei.
I think that's a great way of looking at it. To me, I'm always thinking digital and monetization and opportunities as an ongoing. Once you finalise this handbook, it can actually be a monetisable partnership piece, right? Through collaborations with organisations that really want, and there's a lot of them joining up to ESG initiatives. So just putting it out there that that's a potential growth path for you, because education is key, as you said, but there's also opportunities for you to monetise it. So it's an ongoing stream.
Thank you so much, judges, for the questions and themes for the presentations. And now, next, we have team EN1, Carbonito, and the floor is yours.
Sorry for the delay. Thanks for the slides. Hi everyone, we are Carbonito, and on the next slide you'll see our team. Thank you everyone for your time being with us today. We approached our project from the perspective that cities are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change and natural catastrophes. On the next slide, you'll see that our project background is built on the idea that building urban resilience is critical to the economy, as well as in mitigating destructive disaster risk and climate change. ASEAN's demand for transportation is expected to expand by 60% in the next several decades. In recent years, efforts have been made to research and develop a zero-carbon transportation system. The Philippines, for example, has started using e-vehicles, so our work builds on this movement. On the next slide, you'll see that our goal is to educate the general public about our collective carbon footprint. We're currently at the phase of raising awareness, so shifting the culture of complex discussions about carbon emissions being reserved just for industry experts. Our vision is that everyone should have some level of participation, understanding our carbon footprint. Our main channel right now is on social media. We launched a photo competition. We've launched a robust online engagement, all for the purpose of gathering data, engaging public perceptions of decarbonization. On the next slide, you'll see that our goal moving forward is to scale up and develop an interactive app that continues this work to gather data and garner engagement. And on the next slide, you'll see that our objectives are also fairly straightforward. Right now, decarbonization, particularly carbon benchmarking, is led by government agencies and industry experts. And even as they lead this work, they lack crucial data because the general populace isn't providing the needed data. Right now, public engagement is low, and our objective is to raise awareness, starting where the impact is most felt, so urban settings, starting with transportation. We'll consult and collaborate with a network of those already taking on this work. So we're consolidating efforts, sharing lessons learned, creating a table for knowledge sharing, social media engagement, gathering data on our collective carbon footprint, and down the line, scaling up by developing an app that tracks an individual's carbon footprint. It'll be interactive. The goal is to build on our progress so far and broaden our reach past social media. On a note, we know that gender inequality also plays a role. Poverty is overwhelmingly experienced by women, and they face higher exposure to natural hazards. As a quick example, if a family owns a car, the male lead of the household is more likely to use it, leaving women and children to rely on alternatives, mainly walking and public transportation. In a world where really low carbon alternatives aren't currently made accessible, women are disproportionately exposed to hazards. Small drop in the ocean, but our plan is to talk about the relationship between women's empowerment and effective climate action, propose sustainable solutions prioritizing women. On the next slide, actually on the next slide after this, I think we want to move forward to implementation. Sorry for missing that. So as far as implementation, each person will assign themselves a selected role. We'll meet at the beginning of each phase to discuss each person's tasks. In the beginning phase, we'll focus mainly on the quality of social media content, as well as the quality of the survey created to better understand ASEAN's transportation habits. In the next phase, if you'll see on the next slide, we will launch social media events. We'll evaluate our progress based on how many people we've engaged. We'll also evaluate the app based on public reception and how the content's being received by our audience. On the next slide, you'll see our project timeline. Our progress is really organic. We're taking each step with input from our partners, really evaluating any change in public reception to our work before we invest in taking the next step. Our goal is to launch the pilot app January next year and continue monitoring feedback. On the next slide, you'll see that we kept our budget really simple as well. Most of our budget would go into app development just because that costs a good amount. We recognize that it requires significant investment, and we've allocated the rest of our funds based on our projections of the cost of admin, promotions, etc. So overall, currently we're at the phase of gaining awareness and building relationships with industry experts and community partners. And moving forward, our goal is to sort of consolidate efforts, get their input and knowledge, and start to develop an app to sort of build up and scale up this work. That is all from me. Please check us out on social media. We're Carbonito. Thank you so much. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Team Carbonito, for the presentations. And now, judges, do you have any questions to ask for the team?
Not really question, just want to congratulate Carbonito for a very good plan. And actually, I'm interested to see your outcome. Looking forward to see your outcome of your data collections and also analysis on the carbon footprint. And then also on how the traveling modes, traveling modes of ASEAN. So this is actually something that very valuable, and the data can be used for policymakers to make a better plan for township and all that, and also to reduce carbon emissions issues. So I just look forward for this success of your program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you looked into some existing carbon footprint tools like Carbon Click? And I believe even here in Singapore, there's Grace, I've forgotten her surname, but it's called Unravel Carbon. There's quite a few that already are existing at that corporate level and have government sponsorship and support. Have you thought about the new unique proposition between yours and theirs? Because especially Carbon Click, that is an individual carbon accounting program that actually APIs into existing corporate ERPs and so forth. So I just think there could be a bit more collaborating across those ecosystems and maybe targeting a certain market that you wish to grow knowledge, mindsets, and individual. Say, for instance, in Singapore, everyone does all of these wonderful programs, but at an individual level, I was helping an AI company trying to come up with an app. They did not realise the ongoing sustainable impacts of what they were doing, from building to taking away forests and so forth. So I think an educational, maybe using an educational awareness tool of their individual impact by walking, once they've offset, an individual impact where they've, not used plastic for today, yes, no, those, just thinking about how you can make it interactively different so it doesn't fit the niche of those corporate applications, but creates a unique offering to your specific client base. That could be something different that I could see, galvanizing more interest in your target market.
Yeah, definitely. If there's a little bit of time, I'd love to explain a little bit about the app. So that was one thing that we really realized. It takes a lot of resources and time to develop even carbon benchmarking tools, and a lot of them are government-led, industry-led, and there's a reason for that. So our goal isn't to recreate the wheel. Our app is sort of supposed to work kind of like a Fitbit, and that's why it's supposed to be interactive and accessible. You can say if you, even pop up Windows, the app will say, did you use any plastic today? How much did you walk? And if you didn't walk, is it because you didn't have a lot of alternatives? And just from really easy interactive things, we're supporting these industries and agencies that are already building on this tool. So for us, even if Carbonito doesn't exist one day, the efforts would still be felt by the industries, and we're thinking about continuity. So really, really helpful to sort of hear your thoughts there.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just I can share with you if you want some of those corporations and platforms, so you can actually take what you want out of it. And you can plug in and consume that data, because a lot of them actually are free platforms.
We would love that for sure.
Cool.
I'm not sure if there's another question, but I see one in the chat, but I want to make sure the other judges also have a chance to ask questions before I answer that one.
If I could go ahead. Thanks a lot for your inputs also, Lorraine. As you could imagine, there are tons of applications out there. Even now, if you're booking a flight on Google Flights, they'll tell you how much carbon are you going to use, so you can make some better usage. Make some changes, or this slight behavioral change also. That's a part of such platforms. What I think you will learn a lot through this process of what at the end of the day, walking or taking public transport is the best option, right? So, and what I'm trying to understand with Carbonito is, how would you ensure that people take decisions in the right direction? There is behavioral change in this aspect. So of course, people would, even every person in this room knows public transportation is the best way, yet we would still drive our cars or take flights to go from one place to another. So how would you ensure that this platform or Carbonito takes the step in the right direction is my question. Yeah, Devi.
Thank you for the question. One thing that we talked about a lot in the team is how much can we feasibly do as 5 or 6 people. And habits exist for a reason, not just because people want to take the most carbon emitting option. It's because low carbon options just aren't accessible right now. And our goal with the app isn't to take 10 leaps in a year or 5. That's why part of our survey, so I guess I might have not mentioned this, but we launched a photo contest, social media engagement, and our goal really is to just get information and promote our survey. One of the things that we ask in our survey is, what are some things that prevent you from accessing different low carbon options? Because we recognize that really, not just in the ASEAN region, but in the world, it's really tricky to do that right now. Low carbon options are really expensive. They're not accessible, especially to people with low to moderate income levels. So our goal is to just raise awareness right now, and it's going to be lots of steps. And again, that's where we rely on our partners too, because they're the industry giants, they're the agency giants, and we really see this as a collaborative effort.
Thank you so much. Very interesting answers and questions. Okay, thank you, judges, for the questions and team for the answers. And up next, we have Team EN2 Space Plus, and the floor is yours.
Thank you and greetings. Am I audible? Can you see my screen?
All good, all good.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Greetings, committee staff, mentors, and fellow ASEAN youth. We are representative of Space Plus, a group of young ASEAN leaders that work toward creating a sustainable cities by adding values to existing spaces. Right here with us is me, Sarita Sengsa from Laos, and Luke and Min. Say hi, everyone.
Hi.
Now that we have approached the end of the first 5 months of project regarding environmentally sustainable cities, we are ready to step out our projects. But before that, I would like to recap on our first becoming of Space Plus. Luke, would you lead us from there?
Sure. Most Philippine cities fall short of WHO standards. That's 9 square meters per person, as there is only around 0.9 square meters of green public space per person. So the problem is the lack of groups focusing on green spaces near schools specifically. So our rationale is to construct green spaces with a triple bottom line and others, which helps accelerate cross-country climate action, especially at schools. Nuna will continue the presentation. Nuna?
Pardon, I forgot to unmute my mic. Okay, so on our mission, we aim to promote green space that nourish and improve the cities sustainably. And for our vision, we wish to tackle urban efficiencies with triple bottom line, social inclusion, economic growth, and environmental protection. With the current climate change and rapid pace of urbanization, to create an environmentally sustainable city is a challenge. How can we create a sustainable community while considering triple bottom line? As social economy and environmental is concerned. Luke? Green space may boost social well-being, increase environmental health, and maximize economic output to enable inclusive growth and development. We, as far as we go, we have considered quality education, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate action in our current progress. Look. For now, so far, we have made quite a few achievements. Our Instagram account have reached 28K of people, and our engagement is 676. And total follower right now is 182 of followers. We also have one physical project, which is called Project Gulayan sa Paralang, which is held in Quezon City in Philippines. This project is a green rooftop school garden, which the school itself, we have help funding and also supporting the creating a small garden on the rooftop of the school for the kids, for the children, and for the students to have food sources and also the education grounds. We also held social media competition, which is a video competition regarding Green's conversation. As far as we know, we already have finished the competition and we have 3 winners for 2 categories. And we have quite a good feedback. Also, on top of that, we also do education posts on social media, which is also successful. Look.
Alright, so thank you guys.
So I would like to share about our project roadmap. It's divided into 3 quarters. So in quarter 3, 2022, we will plan to upscale Project Deliberation, our physical project in the Philippines. And secondly, we will devise a sustainability circular and launch our first ever green space daily panel talk. In quarter 4, we will expand by retrofitting a new green space, La Mesa Eco Park in Quezon City in the Philippines, hold more extensive social media competitions, and begin creating Space Plus sustainability toolkits. In quarter 1 of 2023, Space Plus environmental workshops will commence, most likely virtually, and we shall also distribute our toolkits either through virtual or physical means. Next, please. So firstly, for our physical deliverables. So we will begin upscaling of Project Deliberation. With the rooftop garden almost fully completed, we will assist in growing crops so that the school can sell to become economically viable. We will also make the rooftop garden more appealing to serve as a potential place for environmental activities, such as recycling and biology by adding flowers and garden art. Secondly, the sustainability extracurricular will be in collaboration with the school. Students should be equipped with the knowledge and materials to make the best use of their environment around them, in this case, the garden. And the topics taught will be balanced between green spaces and sustainability, art theme, and environmental management. Furthermore, Space Plus will expand to retrofit La Mesa Eco Park in Quezon City. It is a center known for biodiversity conservation and environmental education, and we will therefore...
Thank you, team. Unfortunately, your additional time is also up. So now it's time for the question and answers. Judges, do you have any questions to ask the team?
If possible, I would like to wrap up the plan to scale up just very briefly, if possible.
Yeah, I think we've gone through enough to actually know about it because we haven't finished it. If you could just flick through those quickly, because I'm sure we'd want to ask you questions based on that, and maybe the whole plan. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to say, clearly you're working on the rooftop garden as a pilot implementation and awareness and creating education around that with the target market of schools and so forth associated to that, and then leads on to your implementation and scale program. Am I correct in assuming that? I'm just assuming it because of the fast tracking.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to clarify. It's majorly correct. And in our plan to scale up, we would also retrofit an eco park. So we have like physical and online deliverables. Our physical deliverables would be to create and retrofit green spaces such as eco parks, rooftop gardens, and community parks. And for our online deliverables, we also intend to make an extracurricular virtual panel talks and the distribution of online toolkits based on various sustainability measures which are related to ASEAN.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So for the toolkit, is this something that is to be developed on a local scale, or
Yes,
if you can clarify on that, sorry.
Yes. We are also very sorry for like the timing. So for the toolkits, that's something that will be distributed internationally, but firstly only throughout ASEAN. So the topics in the toolkits will include materials and resources for ASEAN youth to advance sustainability issues and just improve their own sustainability in daily life. So it will definitely first start as like an online approach due to COVID-19 restrictions, but definitely as we develop and expand, we will definitely target underprivileged communities as said here in orphanages and partner up with like public schools and public libraries for local assessment. But we will definitely just like develop throughout ASEAN. It's definitely like an international approach.
Just one other questions following that. Since you mentioned on the toolkit, it's probably, we don't know if it's already mentioned in your previous slides, since we skipped some of it. But how do you plan to go about in developing the toolkit? What's your methodology?
Yes, thank you for this. So we understand that developing a toolkit will require a lot of like in-depth environmental knowledge and sustainability knowledge. And for that, our team will firstly enrich our own knowledge by carrying out in-depth research. And moreover, we have garnered a couple of partner organizations and potential collaborators that we can work with. And for them, I believe that we will engage in their capacity building process, or at least partner up with them, collaborate with them to gain as much as resourceful materials we can in developing a solid sustainability K-12 curriculum. And yes.
Thank you so much, team, for the
Thank you.
answers. Okay. Other questions maybe from the judges? Okay, looks like we're good. Okay, then thank you so much, Team Space Plus, for your presentations and judges for the questions. Moving on, now we have Team NC1 Peat Project. Floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear my sound?
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I'm Muhammad Abdavila as the presentation from the NC1, and also my partner will. Sorry, can I wait for a minute?
Can you please ask your team member to present instead?
Sure, I will. So yeah, so we are the MC1 Peat Project. So we can go to a second slide. The project was formed because of we have met a lot of stakeholders from Nature Conservancy and also ASAP, Asian Species Protection Partnership. So this meeting with stakeholders, yes. So this meeting with stakeholders really encourage us to become projects, core Peat projects. So can you please go to second slides? Okay. Hello. Okay, so we have like problems and opportunity regarding this Peat project. So because of the peatland is also neglected environmental conservations among all of these forests and compared to the oceans, and we aim to develop awareness and also educational programs regarding to the peatland conservations and also the carbon sinks and carbon stock that is already absorbed by the peatland as well. Next slide, please. So we start with this problem statement. So how might we establish the awareness of people on the importance of peatlands by increasing their knowledge of peatland? Because I think that the people living near the peatland also need to be really focused on and also need to be well educated about their local community and also the importance of the peatland and also the endangered species and also rare species that is also residing in the peatland area as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are intending to offer these three kinds of solutions. So first, we will do a virtual live tour. So I asked for the virtual live tour, I also choose Myanmar to visit to the peatland area. I have go there once and also take picture for the virtual live tour. But unfortunately, we are not able to do that eco tour, virtual live tour at the moment because of the severe weather. So we take only a photo and also video to deliver some information. Okay, so not reports. We are still in the offering solution. Can you please go to the second, the last slide of offering solution? Yes. So So unfortunately, we are not unable to do an eco tour because of the severe weather. So we take a photo and video to deliver to the Instagram page as well. So for the second stage, we will do a competition and campaign. So campaigning is also, I think campaigning is also the solution that will also educate people about the peatland conservation as well. And the campaigning is Safe Peat campaign. So I think that the campaign when we are going to do a campaign, I think the names of the campaign needs to be catchy and a little bit more attractive. So we tend to focus on doing a campaign across ASEAN regions to be able to raise awareness on peatland conservation and also the species conservation that is also residing in that area. After that, we will do a online quiz and competitions to be able to develop their knowledge on peatland conservation. Next slide, please. Okay, so, for the reports we have gone through this Instagram account posts and also virtual live tour, but we still need to accomplish these two things like peak campaigns and competitions. So we also intend to do big campaigns and competition when we are able to partnership with possible stakeholders and members from Southeast Asian Peatland Initiative. And yes, Peatland campaign. We are also intending to do a peak campaigns like SAP campaign, but unfortunately, because of the insufficient human resources in the team, we are not able to continue to do this peak campaign within this segment period. So we intend to do after segment period about Peatland campaign and competition. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the budget uses, we have used $200 for the transportation costs and also volunteer welfare costs. For the first virtual visit tour to the Myanmar, and also we are intended to use the rest of the budget for the safety campaign and also campaign and competition as well.
Okay. Thank you, team, for the presentations. Your additional time is also up. Now it's time for the judges to ask questions. Okay, Miss.
I'm not clear. Oh, sorry, I just jumped on. So the peatlands, I understood the whole process, and we all know that it's basically 5% of the global anthropogenic impactors and so forth. Have you localized the issue to a certain specific region that you can have an impact to and then create a scale plan? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, we also have a scaling up plans for the peatland conservations, like online, not like conservation, but like educating people and educating people about the peatland conservation living in that area. So can you please move it to the scale up plan?
Okay, there's somebody who wants to answer that question too.
Yeah, scale up. Okay, we intend to scale up with by partnering with this peatland in climate change, heat the threats, and also sustainable use of peatlands and this kind of peatland initiative organization to be able to promote our safety campaign and also the online quiz competitions that also raising awareness about peatland conservation and biodiversity species, because we are aware of that there are so many issues happening in that peatland area like wildfires and also socioeconomic issues and livelihood and balancing of livelihood issues in the area, but we intend to focus more on scientific educational knowledge regarding to the peatland. So how about the people need to be aware of the carbon storage and also carbon stock that is also stored in the peatland area, because peatland is one of the largest carbon sinks compared to oceans and the forests. So people also youths and also people need to know about this like carbon sink and carbon storages, and also nature conservation and educations in that area, because most of the peatland area is often neglected and not often overlooked for like buying the appearance, because at the first day peatland is not very appealing like experience, and also people are really throwing trash and also plastic because they think that they are this peatland area is a bare barrens or bare underground things. So so if people really educate about this peatland conservations and also gain knowledge more on it, I think they will conserve it, and also they will also raise awareness on the next generations or future generations about the peatland as well.
Okay. So it's not just, so you're targeting individuals and potentially government, local authorities and so forth to help collaborate in that educational process, because there's no easy fix. It's a complicated topic, as you've just indicated.
Yeah, sure. So we have this is a very complicated process. We also get a lot of comments from the final presentation at January, that is held on January 20. But I think we cannot go back to the first day because we already give it to the project proposal for these things, and all we need to do is educate, doing webinar by collaborating with this organization, and then doing campaign for the awareness of the peatlands. And there is we don't want to focus on socioeconomic issues, but we tend to focus on scientific, educational value, and raising awareness about rare species and endangered species living in that area.
Actually, I had a similar comment to you, Lauren. It is a complex issue, and it is I think directly linked to land use, and I think every country will have its own land use policy, and therefore you need to kind of align yourself to that. It can also be at times, because it's land use, and there is a whole economics around it, so you may have to also navigate that landscape. I think it's a great idea, because I don't think a lot of organizations are looking at this, but I guess you need to do a little more groundwork to be standing on a very strong foundation, to really make an impact. I think it's fundamental. The problem that you've identified and the area that you want to work in is absolutely fundamental, and you need to raise awareness, but you really need to navigate those complexities, and each country will have its own. So to actually what Lauren is saying, you need to really perhaps look at a smaller local context and then perhaps build from there.
Sure.
In regards with the question in the chat, can I try to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, so regarding the policy about peatland in ASEAN, actually there are numerous issues regarding that, such as the policy conflicts and weakness. As in most ASEAN countries, there is no harmonized policy related to the management of peatland in Indonesia, and peatlands themselves are governed by policies related to environmental management. So in many cases, such policy frameworks will have gaps or create conflicts for the peatland management. Another point regarding to the peatland policy issues in ASEAN is that weak or unclear institutional arrangement and capacity for peatland, and then inappropriate land and natural resource use planning, insufficient information on extent, status, and suitability of peatlands for different purposes. So this is some of the issue that we also want to cover, especially for the upcoming webinar, if we can make the scale up project. Because as you can say, even in the beginning of our project proposal presentation on the last day of our 4-day online program, yeah, like Peatland is a very complicated and delicate issue, and it will hamper numerous fields from policy, funding, economics, environment, and so on. So yeah.
Your time is up. Thank you so much, unfortunately. Okay, thank you for the presentations, and for judges, thank you for the questions. And now please welcome the next team, Team NC2, Project Sonorus. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much and good afternoon. My name is Riza Nisa. I'm from Indonesia. I'm NC2 team leader. You also have Arunaf here to help me with the presentation. Our project called Project Sonorus. We are a digital storytelling initiative to amplifying the quiet voices at the forefront of the dual nature and the climate crisis. At the previous project, we went to Kampung Naga, which is located in Tasikmalaya, West Java, Indonesia. This is an indigenous community that has been living for years to years in the mountain regions, and they have been conserved their forests and the river, and also their local rices that almost extinct. We met Mang Iin, who has a deep cultural and spiritual relationship with nature, who have a rich knowledge of indigenous conservation practices, and has been fighting for the survival of his community and his way of life. We also make a documentary film because Project Sonorus intends to understand the dynamic character of human-environment interaction. For the next slides, Arunaf, you can take the floor.
Yeah, so Mangaland really exists within this greater problem landscape, various symptoms that we see. You know, we live in the 6th great mass extinction that this planet has ever seen. We lose about 8,700 species a year, and that's conservative. We lose over 10 million hectares of forest annually, and we know that there's a disproportionate impact on indigenous communities. But on the other side, we also see that there's a lack of empathy and awareness amongst the urban rich. I am guilty of this growing up in Singapore as well. We live in bubbles, very disconnected from these areas. We also know that climate and nature conversations are dominated by the West, and there is limited funding into nature, and even less so into indigenous communities in developing nations. But really, the core underlying problem here is that there is a psychological distance between these communities and us, and this fosters man-nature disconnect. So this is our problem statement. How might we foster connect to lesser known communities and species and amplify the quiet voices at the forefront of the nature and climate crises? In effect, we're in the business of building bridges. So why is this important? This is so because indigenous communities have rich hyperlocal knowledge, tried and tested solutions to sustainability, conservation, and climate. They tend to be the most vulnerable communities, and indeed there's a question of climate justice and representation. But most of all, disconnect matters because resources are diverted, but attention is diverted. Our solution is simple. It's stories, right? In particular, stories about yet unheard species and communities. We want filmmakers, photographers, poets, artists, podcasters to come to our platform and use the creative mediums to tell powerful, inspiring, and earth-shaking stories. Stories about, indeed, the quiet people at the forefront of these crises. That's why we're called Project Sonorus. So this is our rallying cry for action, and really we think this is a powerful tool to move hearts and minds. But then we want to go one step further. Instead of being just a one-way mode of communication, we want to build a two-way street of value creation. So we want to build a digital platform of stakeholders, local and international NGOs, conservationists, volunteers, donors, scientists. We want everybody onto this platform, and then we'll orchestrate and mobilize these resources into projects and interventions. In effect, we're creating a mini social media platform. This is our theory of change. We start with poor awareness and empathy, make an appeal through stories that foster connectedness, and then hopefully inspire action. The network effects of our platform will hopefully mobilize resources, and we want to move needles for people like Mang Lin and his community. The end goal is to be the go-to platform for yet unheard climate stories, democratize the global fora on climate and nature, move the needle on conservation issues, and be the experts in framing climate conversations and the man-nature climate nexus. We have laid out a timeline to get us to a launch day on July the 1st, 2023. This is where we'd launch an entire season of our stories, and we have a couple of other activities in the interim to get there. Now, we are on the path to being a full-fledged social enterprise, one that is sustainable. So this initial grant is used 3 ways: in a team, tech, and business, primarily through tech development and the team required to build that out, because our ecosystem is rather taxing on the tech front. We are guided by the UN SDGs as an overarching framework, and we have identified several KPIs that we want to track. The bottom line is this. We want, in the next 6 months, to have 5 stories with 1,000 hits, a conservative estimate, 5 projects that turn out of those stories, channel $25,000 in funding, and have a very humble target of restoring 1 acre of land and securing 1 livelihood. Anissa? Anissa, can you hear me?
Okay, we also have been customized e-money. In Indonesia, we use e-money to enter the toll roads and enter the mall. And that's, as we say that we are focused on artworks, we customize the e-money for the Kampung Naga village to raising awareness. So yeah, this is our team and help us make the global forum, climate and nature and more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Project Sonorus. And now it's time for the judges to ask questions. Please, judges, in case you have any questions.
I have one quick one. I'm interested to know more about your e-money to raise awareness. How does it work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, e-money, we use e-money to enter the toll roads. I mean, like everyone can have it. If my friend has been seeing this card and then they just like, who is this people? This is Mang I. Mang I is an indigenous people that living. At least we raise their community into the public places, into the university, into the civil society that have e-money, and we customize it as we show their receipts, and we show the people that has had an impact into their community as such money.
So is it actually printed advertising on a card, or is it your card that goes back to the platform? And equally, have you thought about the tech subset? Because I work in commerce quite regularly in technology. This is a very complicated thing to get up and running. So I just wanted to understand, are you using this as an advertising mechanism on other people's, on your potential future partners' cards, or are you tokenizing your credits for your platform through this, and therefore creating a revenue stream as a percentage of the clipping of the ticket? What exactly is this tool?
So just quickly to clarify, this is not our primary business model. So we are centered around stories. It's all through creative mediums, art, film, photography. For us, this was a very quick and easy way to start generating interest into our platform. So my understanding is, I do believe we live in Singapore, we have EasyLink cards and FlashPay cards. And so this is just something we print on the back of it and get it into people's pockets. So we are not really tokenizing any funding from our end at all. It's just—
Partnerships are critical in this aspect, because you're going to need permission and partnerships to create that at the time.
Indeed.
Yeah. But have you actually approached any bank and institution or financial institution to work together?
Not as yet. As I mentioned, this is not our primary model of intervention. We are focused on stories. This is something that was a very bright idea of Anissa's that we implemented very quickly.
I'm just saying this actually is a bright idea, and if you can QR code the picture, it drives them to your platform, right? So technically speaking, this is a great tool. You're probably the first team, A, that's finished on time, and B, that's actually come up with a monetization tool as part of their presentation. So I just wanted to applaud you for that. So
this is a very good idea, actually.
Very good.
Nobody actually go beyond, except your team, so you should actually look into this innovative way, because this is something that we are quite interested to see breakthrough, a little bit different from others.
And also be aware that a lot of corporations are actually looking at platforms and partnering with people to do this, by the way, as part of their own ESG initiatives that are going to be feeding into, as you would know, the Singaporean government carbon tax emissions and so forth. For instance, I've been working with a startup here in Singapore that's collaborating with Canva to do this and create awareness through an AR app. So technically speaking, this is very topical, right? And creating the right partnerships right now, and there are quite a few startups, and I'm happy to share with you the names of those startups that are thinking of monetizing this in one-to-one engagements that I can clearly say with an open hand and open heart, SAP is not involved in. So it's no conflict of interest in me sharing that with you because I believe in communities. I believe in communities helping each other. So I think you've tapped onto something good here. I like what I've seen at the end. You're the first team that has actually thought of commercialized monetization, because then that creates the ongoing growth and the growth of your knowledge. And knowledge is power. Simple ways of connecting with these customers, these startups, to then flash what they're doing in their community with their growing trees, etc., and what that impact it's having in biodiversity. And you can then opt in for a donation to your platform, to a local community. It really creates pride in certain cultures and communities. So your plan on which country to start with and which community partnership, etc., will be quintessential to getting other corporations to sponsor you.
Indeed, thank you very much for the points on monetization. That's something we have thought of extensively. This is a wonderful way to get there, but we also have considered the idea of running ads on our platform. So we are in the business of audiovisual media, so we have films, photography, arts, and so on. So there is a scenario where we can be fully self-sustaining through running ads on our platform and indeed mechanisms such as this. But it's always a matter of trying to weigh the balance and trying to figure out if that undercuts a little bit from our core message. But indeed, this is very much on the cards, pun intended.
But the funny thing is, the stories is the key. So my fundamental function is to create stories that create commercial value and impact. And to me, you're on the right track with stories and your video referencing and so forth and monetization. That this is an add-on that can increase your impact for a social community, especially if you get a corporate to sponsor you, then you're creating a bigger pool for your community, right? Or for other stories to format. You're focused on one story, but then you can actually, be posting all of those stories, A, through the card, through a QR app, B, through your social avenues. So I'm actually quite excited about the opportunity here. So good on you.
I think you could also consider NFT, yeah? Because right now there are many NFT tokenizations, cryptos, that people fund these sort of projects.
Yep. And, I didn't want to mention that because we're heavily involved in NFTs. So
yeah, I think it is possible for young people.
Yes,
because it's crowdfunding.
Exactly.
So and then also, how are you going to raise your 25,000? Because I can see that you don't really, look into the 2,000. So would you like to share with us a bit?
Yeah,
for sure. So the idea is to build a digital ecosystem, right? So we want to be a multi-stakeholder platform. So we are bringing in different types of people. We're bringing in global NGOs, we're bringing in local conservationists, volunteers, foundations, donors, and scientists. So we believe in the power of creating connections between these people and orchestrating and mobilizing these resources that they bring into projects. So the funding that we speak of is project funding that would be built within our platform. And we try and raise them through donors. These could be foundations, these could be global NGOs, and indeed corporates as well who want to try and enter as part of their corporate social responsibility into our space. So the avenues to funding are multifold, and there are many ways we can get there. But that was the main intention of having a very small, relatively small target to start channeling into these communities.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, team, for the clarifications. And thank you, judges, also for the questions. And now, last but not least, please welcome Team W, Safe Water for ASEAN. And the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, we are from Team W. We often refer to ourselves as Safe Water for ASEAN.
Is the Safe Water for ASEAN, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, my internet connection is bad in here. Okay. Can you see my shared screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So before we move into our presentation, let me introduce my incredible team. Our team consists of me, Nadia, Visai, Narith, Min, Suchada, and Rafiuddin. So now, without further ado, let's start. Do you know that almost all ASEAN countries are having issues with water resources? In Cambodia, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and many more. In those countries, millions of people don't have sufficient access to clean water for their daily activities. Because of this water scarcity issue that is happening in so many regions in Southeast Asia, we, Water for ASEAN team, want to bring awareness towards this issue, especially to youth, so they can be actively involved in solving this issue in their own country. So in the past, our team has made several actions in order to build an awareness among youths, starting from creating social media to connect with youths, creating online campaigns about water scarcity issue, and our biggest project was to conduct an essay competition for ASEAN youths with the theme of how to solve water scarcity issue in your country.
Maybe if this team members keep freezing, the other team member can replace.
Okay. Luckily, our projects were well received by the public. We got more than 1,000 accounts reached by our social media posts. And through our essay competition, we collected hundreds of youths' ideas about how they will improve the water scarcity issue in their country through innovations. Therefore, we plan to scale up our projects so we can get a bigger impact. These are our future plans. The first one is a youth workshop. In this workshop, we will invite the winners from our previous essay competition so they can share to another youths about their own innovation to solve water scarcity issue, which mainly using sustainable technologies such as bioabsorbent from organic waste. And then the second one, we want to conduct a youth summit where we will invite water resource management experts to give their perspective on the water scarcity issue. And we will also want to allow youths in ASEAN to exchange their ideas, their innovation on how to solve this problem. And hopefully it will spark new and fresh climate action related to water issue between them. We also plan to create more digital content on social media. But this time, our focus will be to promote fundraising to help an NGO that works on a water access project to get crowdfunding. Our social media campaigns will be consisted of giveaways, collaboration with influencers, and also mini competitions. Partnership, and then the last one is partnership with an NGO. Partnership with an NGO to help a village get access to water. We have a potential NGO to collaborate with, which is Solar Chapter. This NGO is an Indonesian-based and had helped a number of villages in Indonesia to get access to water. Our team really wants to collaborate with them so we can help one of these potential villages in Indonesia to get access to water. And here's the timeline of our future projects. The online campaign will be conducted continuously, while a youth workshop will be conducted in August, youth summit in November, and the partnership with the NGO will be around the fourth quarter of 2022. And here is the budget allocation from the 2,000 USD grant that will be used for our upcoming projects. And lastly, I want to share a quote. Caring for water is caring for us all. That's all from Safe Water for ASEAN. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Safe Water for ASEAN. And now, judges, you may ask your questions.
Sorry, I was on mute. I like the fact that you've got a partnership up there and working. Have you? Because I know that companies are like insurance companies, and a lot of these people are actually monetizing what people do to save water in their house to give them green products and so forth. Have you thought about simple partnering also with potential device organisations, water organisations that can actually, not just the NGO that you've partnered with, but there are a lot of NGOs that get multilateral funding from your donor organisations like the Asian Development Bank, et cetera, to implement these projects. So you potentially could be partnering with water cannibalising can companies and so forth in a small ecosystem. I was literally just looking online at what some of the ones that World Economic Forum has actually sponsored for free. And so you can connect to some of those world organisations that help with simple tools that can be implemented in villages for water harvesting per se. What other options have you looked at? We're frozen.
Thank you so much for the question. So actually the main reason why we're interested in Solar Chapter, the NGO that we have mentioned before, because usually this NGO is collaborating with the other companies too, like for their funding for the projects. But why we want to help them, because usually they don't get the funding from the crowdfunding, like from the public, and because our aim is to we want to bring awareness to ASEAN youths about this water scarcity issue, while we help the NGO to get their crowdfunding, we also want to share it with the ASEAN youths, like so they can have more awareness about the water scarcity issue, and they want to help to by donating to the project. So meanwhile, we help them on the marketing to get the crowdfunding. Usually the project that conducted within the Solar Chapter, the NGO is also supported by multiple company too.
I was just thinking, because there's a lot of harvesting tools and filtration systems that you could use and so forth, and then being able to finance and fund them would be great, because water scarcity is not just tapping into the ancient aquifers and so forth, but it's also harvesting what potential water exists in waterways that can be polluted and estuaries that can be polluted. So there's more. I just think there's more to look at than just partnering with one NGO in creating that awareness, but there's more opportunities to provide education that water scarcity is not just the climate changing, but it's the agricultural impact. It's also the cycling El Nino impact and so forth. So there's a little bit more context that can be put into this to make it more galvanizing. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you so much for the suggestion.
If I may just add, I think there are already a lot of best practices from outside ASEAN that can be looked at. India for sure can be looked at as one of the countries where there are a lot of innovation that's happening. So I think, of course, harnessing the local knowledge, but also, bolting that with existing knowledge across the world would be great. Happy to connect you guys with organizations in India who are working on, water harvesting and watershed programs, so that you can incorporate some of those ideas into your workshops.
I agree. I was actually thinking of the Terry Corporation, because they work a lot in that area. So India was the main one, and they've got the the World Economic Forum. It's got a lot of pilots in India on how to use dirty water and create filtered clean water. I mean, I understand localizing it for Indonesia, but Here's an area where there is no shame in stealing ideas and partnerships and creating local content.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, judges, for the comments. And thank you for all teams for the presentations. It was a wonderful and insightful presentations, and I'm sure it cannot be easy for all the judges to evaluate all the teams that would be granted up to $10,000 to later amplify their projects. And we now invite our judges to take their leave for deliberations, and our committee will be inviting you to the breakout room to pick the top 5 selected teams that would be granted the fund later. And for all participants and our viewers, do stay on the line as we would be announcing our top 5 team in just 25 minutes, and we would be back on 12:50 Jakarta time, 25 minutes from now. So see you later, and good luck for all teams.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health.
we are from ASEAN YCLP CH1 and our main subtopic is chemicals and waste. So the main problem that we had intended to tackle is based on the general public having a lack of knowledge on how to segregate and to dispose household waste, as well as its dangers towards the environment. So our idea to overcome this is by initially spreading awareness through social media via talks, seminars, and eventually working up to workshops where we will further expose the public towards household wastes.
And this project, we will be providing the prize to the best participant from our workshop, as we do wish to attract young adulthood from all over the ASEAN countries as our target audience. We believe that raising awareness is the first important step in order to go forward to the next plan. And that is all from us. Thank you for your listening.
Realize it or not, we produce waste almost every single day, from simply staying at home or going out. In 2017, ASEAN generated 1.14 kilograms per capita per day of municipal solid waste, where food and organic waste contributed to more than 50% of total waste generated. From coffee grounds to food waste to excess food, these are some of the organic waste that end up in our landfills within ASEAN. The mismanagement of food and organic waste could be detrimental to our health.
Introducing No Organics, an initiative that will foster the better management of organic waste, such as composting, food bank initiative, delivering infographics, and training for children and youth.
Hi everyone, welcome to our group TM1, Coastal and Marine Environment. Our slogan is We Swim as One. Let's go to our problem or what we want to emphasize and focus. And then objectives of our ideas is to raise awareness and also to increase youth skills in leadership and project implementation, and then to empower local youth to take action by providing grants. The scope of our ideas are all upon based on engagement, leadership, sustainability, real estate, and awareness. There are expected outcomes or what we are planning to get. Phase 1 is for social media campaign, Phase 2 workshop, webinar programs, and Phase 3 is to encourage and take action in practical ways. There can be inputs from our projects. And summary, here we are from our diverse nations and also culture and languages, but we swim as one. Thank you.
Hello, this is CM2. We are 8 ambitious warriors fighting against marine pollution. Today, a lot of marine shores are bogged with trash. Plastic waste also often ends up in the coastal environment. It is time we act to stop marine pollution.
Our proposed problem statement is how might we help to empower the ASEAN youth in age group of 15 to 24 years old to be more informed and take initiative in addressing marine and coastal environment waste issues.
Our specific plan includes researching on pressing issues and the context of the target audience. With our research outcome, we will engage with the ASEAN youth via online platforms and produce impact videos to create awareness about marine and coastal waste. We also plan to collab with NGOs by organizing webinars and inviting youths to volunteer. Lastly, we aim to develop online toolkit which include facts, guides, and tips on addressing marine waste issues.
Hello everyone, ED2 would like to present our project on Children of Nature. Our team will be providing a standard of procedure handbook on the topic of green actions, including a guide to measuring carbon footprint. We aim to distribute the guideline to selected institution as a pilot initiative. Our second phase of the pilot project is to implement a series of workshops and panels for educators, parents, and students. Our proposed activities include online learning and on-site workshops such as gardening, recycling, and many more. Should you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact our group leader through the email. Thank you.
There are different types of human-made air pollution.
Environmentally sustainable cities. How do we get there? What's keeping our cities from being more sustainable? There are so many factors, but they all boil down to carbon emissions. Carbon emissions contribute directly to global warming. We know we need to reduce our carbon footprint, but where do we start? To reduce our carbon footprint, we have to be able to track how much we emit. Carbon benchmarking is a tool that helps us do that.
We are from Group NC1 and we would like to demonstrate our enthusiasm for environment and biodiversity protection. Do you know that Southeast Asia's overall peatland area is estimated to be around 25 million hectares? That accounts for 68% of the world's tropical peatlands. For that reason, it is necessary for us to protect this pristine peatland natural heritage site, which is also home to thousands of unique species, including otter civets and storm stork. Moreover, peatland is where carbon needs to stay in nature, and Asian's peatland plays a pivotal role in global climate mitigation. Our goal is to change the attitude and mindsets toward peatland and protect them in the best way possible. We would like to conduct webinars and virtual ecotours exploring the peatlands together and spreading knowledge about peatlands. Upon the completion of the program, the participants of the webinars will be assigned some tasks that are related to eco-friendly activities and peatland conservation campaigns, especially for the winners of the competition, who will be given not only enticing prizes but also climate-related campaign tasks. Come join us to protect peatland through nature communication.
Human activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health.
Hello everyone, we are from ASEAN YCLP CH1 and our main subtopic is chemicals and waste. So the main problem that we had intended to tackle is based on the general public having a lack of knowledge on how to segregate and to dispose household waste, as well as its dangers towards the environment. So our idea to overcome this is by initially spreading awareness through social media via talks, seminars, and eventually working up to workshops where we will further expose the public towards household wastes.
And this project we will be providing the prize to the best participant from our workshop, as we do wish to attract young adulthood from all over the ASEAN countries as our target audience. We believe that raising awareness is the first important step in order to go forward to the next plan. And that is all from us. Thank you for your listening.
Realize it or not, we produce waste almost every single day, from simply staying at home or going out. In 2017, ASEAN generated 1.14 kilograms per capita per day of municipal solid waste, where food and organic waste contributed to more than 50% of total waste generated. From coffee grounds to food waste to excess food, these are some of the organic waste that end up in our landfills within ASEAN. The mismanagement of food and organic waste could be detrimental to our health.
Introducing No Organics, an initiative that will foster the better management of organic waste, such as composting, food bank initiative, delivering infographics, and training for children and youth.
Hi everyone, welcome to our group TM1, Coastal and Marine Environment. our slogan is "We swim as one." Let's go to our problem or what we want to emphasize and focus. And then objectives of our ideas is to raise awareness and also to increase youth skills in leadership and project implementation, and then to empower local youth to take action by providing grants. The scopes of our ideas are all upon based on engagement, leadership, sustainability, real estate, and awareness. There are expected outcomes or what we are planning to get. Our first one is for social media campaign, phase 2 workshop, webinar programs, and phase 3 is to encourage and take action in practical ways. There can be inputs from our projects. And summary, here we are from our diverse nations and also culture and languages, but we swim as one. Thank you.
Hello, this is CM2. We are 8 ambitious warriors fighting against marine pollution. Today, a lot of marine shores are bound with trash. Plastic waste also often ends up in the coastal environment. It is time we act to stop marine pollution.
Our proposed problem statement is how might we help to empower the ASEAN youth in age group of 15 to 24 years old to be more informed and take initiative in addressing marine and coastal environment risk issues.
Our specific plan includes researching on pressing issues and the context of the target audience. With our research outcome, we will engage with the ASEAN youth via online platforms and produce impact videos to create awareness about marine and coastal waste. We also plan to collab with NGOs by organizing webinars and inviting youths to volunteer. Lastly, we aim to develop online toolkit which include facts, guides, and tips on addressing marine waste issues.
Hello everyone, ED2 would like to present our project on Children of Nature. Our team will be providing a standard of procedure handbook on the topic of green actions, including a guide to measuring carbon footprint. We aim to distribute the guideline to selected institution as a pilot initiative. Our second phase of the pilot project is to implement a series of workshops and panels for educators, parents, and students. Our proposed activities include online learning and on-site workshops such as gardening, recycling, and many more. Should you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact our group leader through the email. Thank you.
1%
There are different types of human-made air pollution.
Environmentally sustainable cities. How do we get there? What's keeping our cities from being more sustainable? There are so many factors, but they all boil down to carbon emissions. Carbon emissions contribute directly to global warming. We know we need to reduce our carbon footprint, but where do we start? To reduce our carbon footprint, we have to be able to track how much we emit. Carbon benchmarking is a tool that helps us do that.
We are from Group NC1 and we would like to demonstrate our enthusiasm for environment and biodiversity protection. Do you know that Southeast Asia's overall peatland area is estimated to be around 25 million hectares? That accounts for 68% of the world's tropical peatlands. For that reason, it is necessary for us to protect this pristine peatland natural heritage site, which is also home to thousands of unique species, including otter civets and storm stork. Moreover, peatland is where carbon needs to stay in nature, and Asian's peatland plays a pivotal role in global climate mitigation. Our goal is to change the attitude and mindsets toward peatland and protect them in the best way possible. We would like to conduct webinars and virtual ecotours exploring the peatlands together and spreading knowledge about peatlands. Upon the completion of the program, the participants of the webinars will be assigned some tasks that are related to eco-friendly activities and peatland conservation campaigns, especially for the winners of the competition, who will be given not only enticing prizes but also climate-related campaign tasks. Come join us to protect peatland through nature communication.
activities, from pollution to overpopulation, are driving up the Earth's temperature. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food sources, and our health.
Hello everyone, we are from ASEAN YCLPCH1 and our main subtopic is chemicals and waste. So the main problem that we had intended to tackle is based on the general public having a lack of knowledge on how to segregate and to dispose household waste, as well as its dangers towards the environment. So our idea to overcome this is by initially spreading awareness through social media via talks, seminars, and eventually working up to workshops where we will further expose the public towards household wastes.
And this project, we will be providing the prize to the best participant from our workshop, as we do wish to attract young adulthood from all over the ASEAN countries as our target audience. We believe that raising awareness is the first important step in order to go forward to the next plan. And that is all from us. Thank you for your listening.
Realize it or not, we produce waste almost every single day, from simply staying at home or going out. In 2017, ASEAN generated 1.14 kilograms per capita per day of municipal solid waste, where food and organic waste contributed to more than 50% of total waste generated. From coffee grounds to food waste to excess food, these are some of the organic waste that end up in our landfills within ASEAN. The mismanagement of food and organic waste could be detrimental to our health.
Introducing No Organics, an initiative that will foster the better management of organic waste, such as composting, food bank initiative, delivering infographics, and training for children and youth.
Hi everyone, welcome to our group TM1, Coastal and Marine Environment. Our slogan is We Swim as One. Let's go to our problem or what we want to emphasize and focus. And then objectives of our ideas is to raise awareness and also to increase youth skills in leadership and project implementation, and then to empower local youth to take action by providing grants. The scope of our ideas are all upon based on engagement, leadership, sustainability, real estate, and awareness. There are expected outcomes or what we are planning to get. Our phase 1 is for social media campaign, phase 2 workshop, webinar programs, and phase 3 is to encourage and take action in practical ways. There can be inputs from our projects. And summary, here we are from our diverse nations and also culture and languages, but we swim as one. Thank you.
Hello, this is CM2. We are 8 ambitious warriors fighting against marine pollution. Today, a lot of marine shores are bogged with trash. Plastic waste also often ends up in the coastal environment. It is time we act to stop marine pollution.
Our proposed problem statement is how might we help to empower the ASEAN youth in age group of 15 to 24 years old to be more informed and take initiative in addressing marine and coastal environment risk issues.
Our specific plan includes researching on pressing issues and the context of the target audience. With our research outcome, we will engage with the ASEAN youth via online platforms and produce impact videos to create awareness about marine and coastal waste. We also plan to collab with NGOs by organizing webinars and inviting youths to volunteer. Lastly, we aim to develop online toolkit which include facts, guides and tips on addressing marine waste issues.
Hello everyone, ED2 would like to present our project on Children of Nature. Our team will be providing a standard of procedure handbook on the topic of green actions, including a guide to measuring carbon footprint. We aim to distribute the guideline to selected institution as a pilot initiative. Our second phase of the pilot project is to implement a series of workshops and panels for educators, parents, and students. Our proposed activities include online learning and on-site workshops such as gardening, recycling, and many more. Should you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact our group leader through the email. Thank you.
1% every deduction.
There are different types of human-made air pollution.
Environmentally sustainable cities. How do we get there? What's keeping our cities from being more sustainable? There are so many factors, but they're all boiled down to carbon emissions. Carbon emissions contribute directly to global warming. We know we need to reduce our carbon footprint, but where do we start? To reduce our carbon footprint, we have to be able to track how much we emit. Carbon benchmarking is a tool that helps us do that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the most exciting part of the program. Now, the teams have shown us extremely strong efforts in the last 4 months, and we will soon be announcing the results. Before we announcing the results now, please welcome Ms. Lorraine Longato to share the judge thoughts on the presentations they have evaluated. Ms. Lorraine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and it's been an honour to participate in this event. It's been exciting, including the rigorous debate with the judges as we were just going over everything. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the teams. Thank you for your effort, your thought, your presentation, and your style and delivery. Certainly what we tried to do is when we looked at everything, we looked at it in forms of topics. So if we marked one a certain number, then the one in the same topic had the same valuation, and then it cascaded through. There were ones which had some background missing, so therefore we had to fill in the gaps, and that formulated a few of our questions. But certainly there was ones which nailed their market, nailed their scalability plan, nailed their partnerships, and really nailed the concept and how it can help, right? So those ones were marked accordingly. And as the winners' announcements will make it clear, there will be justification as to why. So again, just some feedback, if I could just offer it. When we're doing this, impact is critical, and losing time is of the essence when you only have 5 minutes and it's not long. We practice on 3-minute pitches to make it fast in our organisation. So maybe transitions between multiple users can be condensed to the most confident and impactful presenter, and that could help you in your future presentations. But otherwise, some of the slides were creative, very intuitive into how they presented a topic. Some were complicated topics, and they tried to simplify it, which was great. And what I just wanted to say, it was very encouraging to participate. Equally, it was incredibly encouraging to see so many people coming up with such creative ideas. So applaud to each and every one of you. I hope everyone gets a participation badge. More importantly, congratulations to the winners. We hope that there could be ongoing relationships within the judges panel with you to help you grow your ideas and galvanise for impact in our society. So thank you, each and every one of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lorraine, for sharing us the judges' feedback. The pointers you have given will definitely be valuable to all teams as they move forward in their journey of learning and innovation. And now, for the moment we've all been waiting for, the announcement of the top 5 team, which would be granted up to $10,000 to further amplify their projects.
Okay.
I'm delighted to invite Dr. Yang Mi-eng to announce the 5 selected teams of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program 2022. Dr. Yang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Felicia. Actually, I tried to run away with the results. I will announce it tomorrow. No. Okay, all of you are winners. Huh? Remember that, okay? So the winner, after all the discussion, is very difficult to come to this finalist. So CL1, CH2, ED2, EN1, and NC2. Well done. So I just want to close this summary. Yeah? Just I'm very proud of all of you that you have come through. That was it, please no. Sorry, I announced it too fast. Huh? So I just want to congratulate all the winners, and also actually 13 teams are superb. Really, we really have tough time deciding the winners. So I do hope that you do not give up your effort you have built, throughout these few months. Continue your effort to change your community. Give a better world to all of us. Thank you. I pass back to Felicia.
Much, Dr. Yang, for announcing the winner, and congratulations once again to all of our winners. And Yay! Biggest applause to all of you. I'm sure that after all these monies, this will come into very good fruitions, and we really hope that the funding would be goes into the really good projects that you would be continue on. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's program. Our deepest appreciation to His Excellency Eka Pantafong, the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, for the socio-cultural ASEAN community for joining this event. And once again, thank you to all of the judges who join us today and have spared their time to judge all of the very good participants. We greatly appreciate your tremendous support for this program. This event will not be possible without your support. And to our 5 winning teams, please stay on the line as there is some information we would like to share with you on your next steps moving forward. Thank you for the rest of the teams for your participations and strong efforts. And all viewers who have been watching with us up until this point. We hope that you will join us again in the next round of the ASEAN Young Climate Leaders Program. And goodbye. See you later.
Bye, everyone.
Recording stopped.